Fox Sports.
We are Buffalo. We are St. Louis.
Warm evening here in downtown St. Louis, and a big crowd is expected here tonight at Busch Stadium. It's game number 3 of a 4-game series between the San Francisco Giants and the St. Louis Cardinals. He's all smiles right now. One of the heroes from game number 2, second baseman Skip Schumacher. Defensively, getting better day by day and just getting Freddie Sanchez midway through the game. But in the 8th inning, it was his base hit that proved to be the difference.
It wasn't a gapper. It was just an infield hit, but Skip Schumacher comes through in the 8th inning. Little ground ball to the right side. He beats it out, and the Cardinal bench explodes in celebration.
The Cardinals would win it. That was dramatic in the 8th inning. That is Rick Horton. I'm Dan McLaughlin. Welcome to Cardinals baseball. The Cardinals come to the ballpark tonight, and all of a sudden they find themselves trying to heal up some injuries they have to deal with.
And, Dan, they've done so well at overcoming the speed bumps, the minor injuries, the big injuries all season long. Now it's Matt Holliday and Kyle McClellan. We'll see how they do with this next test.
And you see the right-hander Lance Lynn called up from Memphis. We'll see him tomorrow. The Cards face the freak, Tim Lincecum. A look at the right-hander when we come back. Giant stunner Tim Lincecum. One of those, though, Yadier Molina. Rick, what is it about Lincecum that makes him so special?
He has electric stuff. Tim Lincecum has led the National League in strikeouts the last 3 seasons. He's a 2-time Cy Young Award winner. He's developed one of the best changeups in the game, as if his fastball's not good enough. His velocity was down a bit in his last outing. The Cardinals better take advantage of any opportunity they have.
Lincecum is 5-4. Jake Westbrook is 5-3. We'll talk about the Cardinals right-hander when we come back. Baseball next from Busch Stadium. Busch Stadium looking for win number 6, and Ricky in his past 7 games, he's been one of the best in the National League.
He's a ground ball pitcher, outstanding record in the last 7 starts. 4-1, 3.1. His last outing, no balls hit to the outfield.
Always good when you get to the ballpark and you see this man hitting fungos. The Hall of Famer, Red Shandy, still going strong. A look at the plays of the month when we come back on Fox Sports Midwest. From our first pitch, the Giants and the Cardinals. The Cardinals in the month of May, 17-12. Let's take a look at the plays of the month. Alan Craig comes up with it. Jay Ober and makes the catch on the run. Shea delivers. Easy inning for Loesch.
Finally, Carpenter gets a victory.
A story starting to develop with that young man, Jaime Garcia.
Wants to bounce it.
Got it. Another strikeout. There's a call, third strike. Ground ball, there it is. Base hit. It's a clean hit for Betancourt, and the no-hitter is gone. Can he finish it here on pitch number 102? Little floater popped up. This'll do it. Garcia, the complete game. 2-hit shutout. What a night. In the air, deep right field. At the track, at the wall, and it's gone. Descalso. And to the right side, base hit. He's done it again. Here comes Schumacher. Throw to the plate is offline. Descalso delivers. Descalso. Base hit again. He's done it again. You got to be kidding me with this guy. And this one is launched. Track, wall, and it is gone. It's a home run for Pujols. Finally, Berkman makes the catch. Oh, what a play. He snow-coned it and held on.
And this ball is hit deep to left field. To the wall.
It's gone. Fly ball, center field. This'll do it. Berkman wins it for St. Louis. Sweep of the Phillies. Lance Berkman with a home run. Molina hits one out to deep right field. The Cardinals go back to back. Holiday rips it out to deep left field. Oh, goodness. Wow. 2-2 is a fair ball. Welcome to the big leagues. Pete Kozma. First major league base hit for Cruz into left center field. Oh, what a hit by Pujols. Wow. Hammers one out to deep center. Colby is back. Leaps. Did he get it? Oh, yes. Rasmus pulls it back in. What a play by Colby in center field. Fox Sports Midwest is brought to you by Budweiser. Great times are waiting. Grab some buds. By Chevy. See your Mid-America Chevy dealers. By Southwest Airlines. New Rapid Rewards. Unlimited reward seats and no blackout dates. By Dobbs Tire and Auto Centers. #1 in quality tires and expert auto service. And by Steak and Shake. Life needs flavor. Downtown St. Louis, the scene. The Cardinals are 33-23 at the start of play tonight. and 2.5 games in front of Milwaukee. The Giants batting order brought to you by Southwest Airlines. Andres Torres, the speedster, followed by Tejada, then Sanchez, Huff, Sherholtz, Ross, Crawford, Whiteside, and Tim Lincecum. On the mound for the Cardinals, the righty Jake Westbrook.
He's won his last 3 outings. He's done a great job of working quickly, and he better not make very many mistakes today because he's up against one of the best in all of baseball in Tim Lincecum.
And the first pitch is hit out of play. Now, having said that, as Andres Torres digs in, batting .258, what about the strategy of both these managers, in particular a guy like Tony La Russa that faces Lincecum, who clearly is one of the best in baseball, what you might do offensively early in a game?
We're going to see a lot of strategy from both sides, Dan, because the Giants are having trouble scoring runs of their own. Everybody has trouble scoring runs against Lincecum. So you bunt more, you run more, you hit and run more. And you've just got to hit well with runners in scoring position. That will be a key stat tonight. Do you deliver when you have an opportunity?
And that's something that the Giants did not do in the ball game last night. Here in game number 2, San Francisco, 4th lowest in the National League with runners in scoring position. And last night they had numerous opportunities. And that's a strikeout of Torres, and that's how we start the game. John Jay, Colby Rasmus, Lance Berkman in the outfield this evening. Descalso, Terrio, Schumacher, and Pujols along the infield. Westbrook and Molina the battery. And that's presented by Dodge. John Jay's 0-2 double. 8th inning last night got it all started for the Cardinals in that terrific comeback win. Nice play. Moving to his right. Schumacher. And there's 2 away.
Schumacher made a great play last night. Very smooth going to his right on the first opportunity here tonight. Cardinals defense has been much improved over the last 3 weeks or so.
Freddie Sanchez, the hitter, batting .292 on the year. Couple of home runs. He's driven in 18. Just 1 hit in this series, and he came in swinging there on his bat.
Professional hitter, uses all fields. Cardinals really have to bunch him in the outfield because he's a guy that can hit the ball in the right field gap or left center field gap.
And the first pitch is a strike. Mentioned numerous ABs with runners in scoring position for the Giants, and you get a look at the defense. The ball game last night, they had 15 at bats with runners in scoring position, and yet they only were able to scratch across 3 runs.
Some of those were pretty tough pitches from Chris Carpenter, who had a much improved outing. His stuff was a lot better last night. Still didn't pick up a win.
The 0-2 is hit into right center field past Berkman, and Sanchez on his way to second base. So an 0-2 mistake. Sanchez takes it to right. They were shading him that way, and it's a 2-out stand-up double.
There's the gap hitting of Freddie Sanchez. 0-2 pitch. It is down, but too much in the middle of the plate. And he's just protecting the plate at that point. So I know the location was meant to be more down and away. Would have been more effective there.
So runner at second base, Aubrey Huff.
Such a different lineup without Buster Posey in it.
Think about DeRosa too, and Pablo Sandoval, those players out as well, and it makes all the difference in the world. Not only was Buster Posey the rookie of the year last year, as Huff hits a high fly ball into right, but he was really the heart of this team in 2011. 10 pitches for Jake Westbrook, and the Cardinals coming up in their half of the first. Sanchez is stranded at second base as we move to the bottom of the first. Cardinals lineup presented by Southwest Airlines. Terrio, Jay, and Pujols, followed by Berkman, Rasmus, Molina, Schumacher, Descalso, and the pitcher Jake Westbrook. And the Cardinals, well, plain and simple, they face one of the best, two-time Cy Young Award winner Tim Lincecum.
And he is so much fun to watch pitch, Dan, and just amazing what he gets out of his very slight body. He's 5'11", 157 pounds, yet he throws high 90s, has an outstanding changeup, which he's developed over the past couple years. Actually taught that changeup during an All-Star game to Adam Wainwright, who started using that grip right away. And he just has a great feel for pitching, his own mechanics, and is an absolutely dominating right-hander.
He's led the league in strikeouts the last 3 years. And the first pitch, a fastball at 93. You sit there and you watch this guy and you say, how does he generate the velocity? And as you talked about, not a big guy, about 160 pounds, and that's hit out of play.
So flexible, though. He may be diminutive, but he has got great flexibility and great extension. He reaches way back, and he also finishes his pitches way out front. The length of his stride is beyond what a normal 6'2", 6'3" pitcher would be.
And that's hit out of play. Tim's stride, they say, is 129%, or roughly 7.5 feet for a guy his size. Normal stride length for a pitcher, 77 to 87% of his height. And that's held on to, and Terrio strikes out. A look at the defense for the Giants tonight. Ross, Torres, and Schierholtz in the outfield. Tejada, Crawford, Sanchez, and Huff along the infield. The battery, Eli Whiteside, the catcher, and Tim Lincecum. And that's brought to you by Dobbs.
Pretty good defense for the Giants here, you would think, but they're actually below the Cardinals in terms of fielding percentage. I find that hard to believe. As good as the outfielders are, as good as Freddie Sanchez is, and I think the shortstop has shown some range. Brandon Crawford, haven't seen a lot of him, but what we've seen so far we like.
They call him the Freak. That nickname given to him by Steve Klein, of all people. 1-1 pitch to Jay, take it high.
Something about a pot and a kettle there.
Yeah, exactly right. Giants pitching coach Dave Righetti has talked about Lincecum. Said he compares very favorably to Ron Guidry. You see that?
I see it. Yeah, right-handed Ron Guidry. I think Ron Guidry, I saw him in his formative years in the Yankees growing up in New York, and Guidry had the incredible ability to strike out hitters and dominate games, and he too under 6 feet tall. The normal scout today would find somebody 5'11", 157, and they'd say, well, you might pitch in college, but you'll never be a pro pitcher.
That's exactly right. He's a freshman in high school. That ball gets away, and Jay will advance to first. Freshman in high school, 4'11", and 85 pounds when you talk about Tim Lincecum as a freshman in high school. And there's our Toyota Keys, his last 5 starts. Everything adds up to being a very tough night for the Cardinals. And here is Pujols. 4 for 7 in this series. Only 4 pitchers have won the National League Cy Young Award in back-to-back seasons. Lincecum being one of those. Good matchup here with Pujols and Lincecum.
And when you're a superstar hitter, and Albert most certainly is that, if you are on top of your swing, very balanced, it really doesn't matter how good the pitcher is. You've got a better chance than most to actually hit a guy like Tim Lincecum. I think if you are an elite player That's what separates you. You can hit the great pitchers, and Albert certainly can do that.
1 ball, 1 strike on Pujols. Runner is going. That's Jay, and he's in there safely. Stolen base for John Jay.
Cardinals have an opportunity already. Not the way they planned it up. A strikeout, wild pitch. He reaches base and steals second. Runner in scoring position.
Will we see that against Lincecum? Can you do that against him with that long strike?
I think you can. He's going to be a little slower to the plate. You have to test it.
2 balls and 1 strike. Lance Berkman is on deck. You do have first base open. Many pitchers with a resume not to the ilk of this guy right here. Lincecum might think about walking Pujols. I'm not sure you get that, though, from Tim Lincecum. Matt Holliday going on the disabled list along with Kyle McClellan.
And once you're behind in the count, now you just got to be smart and be careful if you're Tim Lincecum. Nothing in the heart of the plate.
3-1 is popped up near the Cardinals dugout and out of play.
There are places you go in that situation where if you end up walking him, that's an okay plan B, but what you want to stay away from is the hitter's power. Just stay away from it. And if you can get him to pop out, swing at a pitch that maybe he would say is not his best hitting zone, then you've accomplished something, but you just don't want to give in.
I know we've said this, it seems like, a number of times this year, but it does seem like Pujols is very, very close. We've seen him go to right a little bit more. Good cut.
That's a very good swing right there. Very good balance. And you can tell by the way Albert's even walking around the plate that he knows he might have had a pitch he could hit there.
And Ricky, in talking with the scout today, he told me he feels that Pujols is letting the ball get a little bit deeper and also seeing him go to right field. Those two things he felt a real key to Pujols starting to hit like Albert Pujols, which makes sense, especially going to right because he's rolled over a lot of ground balls.
And it's been fun trying to figure out why Albert has not been hitting like Albert, because nobody knows really what it's like to hit like Albert except him, because he's on such a higher level than anybody else. And that's one of the things Mark McGwire has been trying to get to. What's your swing? How do we get you back there?
Pujols, a liner, and safe at second, John Jay. Again, Pujols hits into tough luck. And Jay a heads-up play to get back to the bag.
Albert's just trying to take this up the box. He's jammed a little bit. He does let it get in on him. Almost gets a base hit out of it. Close play at second. Very alertly, John Jay dives back in safely.
Saw those plays of the month moments ago. Much of that, Lance Berkman, what he did in the field. At the plate, a different month compared to his start. He's 0 for 7 in this series. In the month of May, only 3 home runs. At 262 and 14 RBIs. Compare that to his first month, 8 home runs, and he drove in 22 and hit nearly 400.
3 home runs a month is what I thought we'd get out of Lance Berkman this year. Over the course of a year, maybe a 20 home run guy.
And I think you take that.
I would agree.
Oh, and 2 the count with 2 outs. Busch Stadium still filling up. Very pleasant evening here at the ballpark. 85 degrees game time temperature. So there's what we're talking about. The first and second month for Lance Berkman.
Outfield's fairly deep for Berkman. A base hit should score John Jay.
We noted opening part of this series, defense, especially the outfield for the Giants, probably above average.
I would agree. Very fast in center field, and Andres Torres. Good arm in right, and Shearholtz. Ross has played some center field.
The 0-2. Berkman, a swing and a miss. Lincecum strikes out 3. He actually got 4 outs. Tomorrow at 6:30 on Fox Sports Midwest. Saw a swing by Pujols, and he was limping a little bit after a couple of the swings in the at-bat. Was hopping around, and even during that brief timeout, saw him stretching at first base, and he seems to be all right. Nate Schierholtz, right fielder tonight.
Oh, when Albert swings the bat, he has a lot of torque, and he has a lot of the weight on the side of his foot. And it looked like maybe there was something, there was an issue maybe with his foot or with his ankle, and he just kind of walked around the plate. It was a very good swing at the 2-2 pitch, actually the 3-1 pitch from Lincecum, but obviously showed some discomfort.
And a ground ball that stays fair. Pujols makes the play. Westbrook covering. And that's the first out. Always hear about PFP, and probably the guy that needs it the most, Jake Westbrook, with the amount of ground balls that he gets.
Yeah, he has to do a little extra PFP. He knows it's going to be a part of his game every single night.
Pitchers fielding practice, PFP. Here's Cody Ross, who homered in Game 1 of the series. Aaron Rowan is not in their starting lineup for the second consecutive night. You might remember in Game 1, a pickoff play with Molina at second base hit him in the leg, and we saw him as a pinch hitter last night. One ball, one strike. Tim Lincecum was one strike away from striking out 4 in the first inning.
Not sure I've ever seen that. Seen some knuckleball pitchers. Those are the guys you think maybe would strike out 4. A lot of strikeout pass balls, strikeout wild pitches.
Base hit for Ross, and it brings in Crawford. Not many knuckleballers in the game today, as we'll get a look at the base hit here by Ross. Tim Wakefield certainly comes to mind. He's been that insurance policy for the Boston Red Sox for seems like forever. R.A. Dickey of the Mets. And at times, Ryan Franklin.
Nice to see him have a good outing.
That was big. He had a scoreless 8th, and he struck out the side. One out, runner at first. Just 24-year-old rookie Brandon Crawford. Could be 2. Out at second. Safe at first.
Crawford runs well. No way he can be quick enough. Terrio tries to do a quick release. No chance to get the speedy Crawford.
It seemed to me that Terrio is way off the bag, but again, it's one of those at this level, just seems like they give you that. Throw beat you there, you're going to be called out, potential double play.
You get a lot of debates about that one, and I think there are a lot of old school baseball guys would say, look, as long as you're close, nobody's going to argue it. But I think we've done so much with every game being televised and all the replays that we have. In my mind, that's close enough. But in others' minds, perhaps not.
So 2 outs, runner at first. 8th place hitter Whiteside, and a check on Crawford, who is a threat to steal. The Giants have lost 6 of their past 8 games after winning 12 of the previous 15. And for them, it was another 1-run loss last night. They've lost 4 of their last 5, decided by 1 run after winning the previous 10 in a row for Bruce Bochy.
What a great win last night for the Cardinals' point of view. They beat a very tough bullpen that Bruce Bochy has. Came back. A lot of excitement, a lot of big hits, a lot of heroes.
And a base hit left side. So Lincecum will come up here in the second inning. 3rd hit tonight for the Giants.
Scalzo very close to the line, playing Whiteside as a pull hitter, and this ball hit to his left, big hole to his left. Ground ball pitcher like Westbrook, you expect to get a lot of action on the left side.
Tim Lincecum, as well as he pitches, he struggles at the plate. 080 so far this year.
Something he can't do.
You know, they say in batting practice he's doing handstands. How about that?
And he can do a backflip.
Backflips as well. Yep. Played 9 years of football, if you can imagine that. Just 2 for 25. 0-1 pitch. After seeing that first inning, Rick, it makes you wonder how he's only 5-4. Who beat him 4 times?
I agree.
The 1-1.
Yeah,
2 balls and 1 strike.
All of his other numbers are good. It's just a matter of not getting enough run support. Again, not a very good offensive club so far this year, the Giants. And he's a lot like certain Cardinal pitchers haven't gotten run support, namely Chris Carpenter. You've just got to take advantage of whatever opportunities you have, and he's got an opportunity here to help himself.
Think about this. The Giants rank 2nd in the National League, .233 average against. 3rd in quality starts, but then their batting average and offense 4th from the bottom. There's a strikeout for Jake Westbrook, his 2nd of the night. Colby leads it off when we come back. Kids clinics, boys and girls, ages 7 to 13, can learn baseball fundamentals from Cardinal greats like Rick Horton, Kerry Robinson, John Mabry. These and other Cardinals will be conducting one-day clinics this summer all over the place. For more information, go to cardinals.com/clinics.
Speaking for Kerry Robinson and John Mabry, I think all 3 of us would like to take out the word great from former Cardinal players. And
I just read the promo.
I know you. I thought you added that word yourself, Dan, and I was going to thank you for that. Those clinics are wonderful, and we all were privileged to wear the Cardinal uniform, and every one of the guys on that list, and so many of my former teammates would say the Cardinal greats are Lou Brock and Red Schoendienst and Orlando Cepeda and Stan Musial. And now Albert Pujols, and we have great respect for those guys who are Cardinal greats.
1 ball, 1 strike. Rick, don't worry. Just copy on a promo. You're all right.
Well, somebody might start believing it. They might start looking up my numbers and arguing with you. I'm just avoiding the debate.
Here's a ground ball, slowly hit to first, and taken there by Aubrey Huff. So Lincecum yet to allow a base hit. He struck out 3 thus far, and here's Molina. We showed you earlier, Molina, fairly good numbers. Limited exposure to Tim Lincecum, only 14 at bats.
Both Molina and Schumacher back-to-back here have hit Lincecum as well as anybody, but I don't see either one of them going around bragging about that either. I mean, they know how good he is. Lincecum is the kind of guy who can throw a no-hitter every night.
First pitch, a strike. Injured third baseman, by the way, David Freese. He's been out with a broken hand. Cleared for baseball activity. Hit tennis balls in the cage on Wednesday, and they believe that Ricky's starting to progress a little bit. Into center field, base hit for Yadier Molina.
It'd be a great shot in the arm for the Cardinals to have David Freese back.
Really would.
And this has really become a 30-man roster, not just 25 guys. It's been a lot of injuries, people filling in. I'm anxious to see Nick Punto come back. He's done a nice job. Gerald Laird's done a nice job as the backup catcher. David Freese, you know, the Cardinals had a sense that if David Freese wasn't healthy this year, this team wouldn't be as good. And they've really overcome that, but it still would be great to have him back.
Well, the one player that has the most extensive list of at-bats against Tim Lincecum is hurt. That's Matt Holliday for the Cardinals, 34 at-bats. After that, Skip Schumacher with 19. And good numbers against Tim Lincecum. 316, 1 home run, and a double.
Skip did say I had a lot of those hits early on before he learned the changeup at the level that he throws his changeup now. He said it's been a little bit different story lately. Although the Cardinals did beat Lincecum finally after 5 straight victories for Lincecum against the Redbirds. They finally came back and beat him, and I wouldn't say they beat him around good. 4 runs in 5 innings isn't really beating him around, but I think the Redbirds would take that tonight.
2 balls, no strikes on Skip Schumacher. 7th place hitter. They've chased the ball up. How about the bench reaction when Schumacher was able to reach first base in the 8th inning last night? Again, it's men playing a kid's game.
And it's a club with a personality. It really is. This is a totally different club than we've seen in the last year or two.
Double play ball for 6-3. Double play. Jim Hayes, the news of the day, coming up when we come back.
Speaking of personality,
Midwest is brought to you by the Stadium Sports Bar and Grill and Lumiere Casino. It's now open, a sports bar for everyone. And by Steel. Are you ready for Steel? Beautiful downtown St. Louis. Starting to heat up in the Midwest. And there is no score as we move to the third, along with Rick Horton, Dan McLaughlin, and Jim Hayes has joined us for the third inning. A lot of news here at the ballpark, mostly on the injury front. Not good news for the Redbirds. We're back to the top of the lineup. Andres Torres, who struck out first time up. Let's start with the big guy, and that's Matt Holliday.
Well, as you know, Dan, Holliday dealing with a sore quad, so the Cardinals will DL him tomorrow.
Backhanded by Pujols for the first out.
They wanted to make sure they had time to get someone in here to replace Holliday, and their thinking is, let's take a few days for Matt to shut it down totally and rest that quad and let him shake this thing once and for all. John Mozeliak saying that basically they've been trying to nurse it along with Matt, but it just wasn't getting any better, so they're going to go ahead and put him on the DL and just make sure he gets the rest he needs.
Here's Miguel Tejada, rounded out to second. You wonder, Rick, in retrospect, is this something that they wish they would have addressed initially and just put him on the disabled list and not taken any chance?
Yeah, as we talked about yesterday, it really is one of those things you don't fully know how the human body is going to respond to treatment, and will it be a week, will it be 10 days, will it be more than that? And I think they had a glimmer of hope, but just for the couple of at-bats that Matt Holliday's given and the pinch hit role and the one start that he had, I think they would certainly trade those at-bats for the disabled list and more rest.
And a lot of times the veteran players know their own body better than anyone else, and if they're saying, I think I can try to play through this, you side with it.
1 ball and 2 strikes here on Tejada. Tough start to his year, hitting just .217.
He seemed very frustrated yesterday, Tejada, with a couple of at-bats, and didn't like the mad at the umpire. That took a long time coming off the field. He just seemed frustrated.
In particular with runners in scoring position. Westbrook has to get over again. Pujols flips to him for the out. It's another ground ball out. It's 5 of those so far in our ball game this evening. That ball put in play, so let's grab a new one. The other news is Kyle McClellan.
Yeah, McClellan has the strained hip / glute, and he goes on the 15-day DL. Cardinals thinking it's good in that he'll miss 3 starts. They thought his innings were starting to pile up, so maybe he'll get a bit of a rest for a guy in the starting rotation who's not used to getting those kind of innings. Meantime, Lance Lynn called up, and he'll start tomorrow.
Basterio and out to left center field. Rick, I had Lance Lynn on a Caravan a couple years ago, and for all of us, it's a good chance to meet the young up-and-coming players through the system. And Lance was a guy that had great success at Ole Miss in college. Very likable, and I know he's excited about this opportunity, obviously.
Well, and it's why you want to show well in spring training, too. He opened some eyes in spring training, had a couple of good outings. He's not a guy that's as overpowering as you might think. He's a really big guy that doesn't exactly throw mid-90s. I mean, he's got good stuff, but he's more of a kind of a sinker slider guy than he is a hard thrower.
We'll have to find out more about this, but it was about this time last year, mid-season, where he really changed what he was doing in the minor leagues. Kind of went away from being that big guy throwing soft, as you talk about, and they basically said to him, hey, air it out.
Let it go.
Yeah, let it go, and let's see what you got. And when he did that, he started to have a lot of success. So we'll find out more about that tomorrow.
And the first word on him was he was a little short in terms of his stuff, and that's what a big league coach will talk about. They'll say, you know, he just doesn't quite have the stuff to pitch at this level, to blow it by guys, and sometimes you figure it out and mature in that way.
Well, it's always great to have Jim Hayes with us. And we have him for another half inning. subscribe to MLB.tv, and you can see every Cardinals game live or on demand. MLB.tv, baseball everywhere. Matt Holliday put on the 15-day disabled list. John Mozeliak saying that he believes he and McClellan, it'll just be the 15 days. It won't be an extended stay on the DL.
Thinks McClellan will benefit from it by getting a break from the innings, and for Holliday, just finally getting the whole quad thing behind him.
2 balls, no strikes on Daniel Descalso. Cardinals with 1 base hit so far as you get a look at John Mozeliak. Off the bat of Yadier Molina, he was erased on a double play. I noticed during the pregame show, Jim, that you, Mike Matheny, Pat, and various fans asked Chris Carpenter whatever they wanted. It was about a 10-minute segment. I'm sure Carp loved it.
He seemed to enjoy it.
I'm serious.
No,
I think
he seemed to enjoy it, but it looked, by the way you phrased that, it seemed like you might have been being a bit sarcastic. Back up the middle.
Not big.
But Chris Carpenter, probably a lot like Rick Horton, probably a lot like John Mabry, Mike Matheny, Al Roboski. They believe that the good questions of current ball players can only be asked by former ball players.
Here's Lincecum changing the grip as he begins his windup. Has it set first, then makes the change.
And now Jake Westbrook. So you're saying that Matheny got a better response to questions more so than your questions?
Chris Carpenter has always been a pleasure to deal with, and he comes on the pregame show quite a bit. It was kind of interesting to me because I look at Chris Carpenter, and I'm not a former player. I played this game for 0 years, Ricky. But it seems to me that it's been more of a search for him with his stuff.
Good bunt here by Westbrook. The sacrifice is good.
Than, say, last year where he seemed to hit more consistent stretches in terms of consistency and command. And he said that's not the case. He feels great. He said he feels really good, and he's optimistic that it will all come together. Obviously, he's pitching around a lot of stuff.
Yeah, and he really was frustrated when we chatted about the fact that his stuff was so good and he didn't win the game, and they didn't get deeper than 5 innings into the game with as good as stuff. And Dave McKay was standing there while we were talking about it, and he watched a lot of it on video a second time. He said he went home and watched the game, and he said, I can't believe they could ever hit this stuff. And the problem was there were so many swings and misses. He had a lot of deep counts, had over 100 pitches in 5 innings and couldn't go on. But I think it's a great sign, and I think he should be happy, even though he didn't get the victory, that he's going in the right direction.
1-0 the count here. Ontario has the league's longest hitting streak this year. Right now, currently 14 games for Terrio, which is a career high.
Do you feel former players ask better questions of current players?
We just speak a different language. We don't ask them as clearly, and we get that. You know, it's all you guys that actually speak in complete sentences that throw us off.
Well, that's Danny, not me.
Yeah, you guys throw us off.
1 ball, 1 strike with 1 out and a runner at second base. Yeah, that pretty much sums it up.
I don't even know where to go with that.
We need Hungo in here to bring levity to this situation.
And certainly he would.
Oh, yeah. You haven't gotten physical yet with Jim in the third inning.
He'd be slapping him, wouldn't he?
Oh, the headset would have been off.
I understand the reasons.
Wait a minute.
1-2 here. Ontario. Base hit out to left. Descalso being waved in. Throw to the plate. He is safe as the ball gets away, and it's a 1-0 lead. The Giants are thinking, uh-oh, do we have another collision at the plate? I'll be interested to see exactly where Eli Whiteside set up after everything they've been through with Buster Posey. And apparently Bruce Bochy spoke to Major League Baseball today and was adamant about a rule change.
Base hit by Terrio, 15 straight games. Pretty good throw by the left fielder Ross. And Whiteside was up the line anyway, so it really wasn't an issue. And Tim Lincecum really not in the right position. He was too close to home plate, not backing up in the right spot. Probably would not have kept Theriot to go from going to second base anyway. But the Cardinals taking advantage of an opportunity against Lincecum. That's what you have to do. If you waste an opportunity here, they left a runner at second in the first inning. Double play in the second inning. If you strand another guy at second, then that may be all you get.
It's now 15 games with a base hit in a row for Theriot and 20 RBIs with no home runs, the most by a Cardinal since Willie McGee back in 1999.
Hitting over 380 with runners in scoring position, Theriot.
John Jay struck out but reached base in a ball that got away. You know, going back to that play at the plate, Rick, and that's where I'm coming from. You say you're going to give one side of the plate or the other or a chance to slide, but how can you possibly do that not knowing where the throw is going to be on a bang-bang play?
And I really don't have a good answer for it other than I'd like to see him try to do something. And I just know what we've learned about the head injuries to catchers. Some of them come from those collisions, the multiple concussions that players and catchers feel, not just in the big league level, but throughout minor league baseball, too. We're talking about that, too. 4 or 5 years of developing before you get up here. So you're a catcher professionally. You may be playing that position for 20 years. So whatever we can do to make an adjustment, and I don't have a good answer for it, but I think it's worth studying. That would be my best answer.
And as you said, the throw was up the line, and it looked like Whiteside had positioned himself at least to give the runner coming through a lane, which was Descalso, throw up the line, way out of the way, and clearly no collision. But that's something that the Giants have been talking about every single day since Buster Posey was injured.
And you want to protect the players, but you don't want to legislate out the excitement of one of the best plays in all of baseball, play at the plate.
Agreed. That's what's hard to do. I really think what they ought to do is talk to Mike Scioscia about it, because he would be the one inflicting pain when others tried to score when he played.
It's now 4 strikeouts for Lincecum. Look at the movement on this pitch.
That's a breaking ball, and John Jay has not seen that pitch well at all. He's been overmatched.
That extension that he gets with his left foot forward, I don't remember anyone getting that kind of a step out.
Nobody does. It's freakish.
Steve Klein.
I can't believe he gave him that nickname.
Pujols out to center field. That'll hang up there for Andres Torres. Outstanding insight once again from the Cat. It's 1-0 as we head to the for one admission for a Merrimack Caverns cave tour and boat ride. Maybe hot outside, but always a cool 60 degrees inside the cave. Hope folks have taken advantage of dynamic pricing. Tomorrow again, $9 terrace level seats, bleacher seats for $18. And you can save and come on out to the ballpark. On Sunday, a lot of fans, they get smart. They know that the Cubs and the Cardinals usually is a night game. Push back for national television. That's not the case this Sunday. Afternoon game. And a dynamic ticket for $29 is available on Sunday afternoon.
Jake Westbrook has been very sharp so far, working in his 4th inning here. He's allowed 4 scratch hits for the Giants, but for the most part, keeping the ball on the ground. He goes over the head. Very quick delivery. Short arms the ball. That's the changeup. Circle change. Makes a circle with his forefinger and his thumb and throws the pitch with the other 3 fingers. And you say something good about him, and that happens.
Ross 2 for 2. By the way, 7 ground ball outs already here for Jake Westbrook with 1 out in the 4th. Mentioned it the other day, Rick. Guys coming back from Tommy John surgery. Westbrook, one of those that has done it and done so successfully. And it's amazing. The Cardinals have 4 of 5 in the rotation that have done that. And the other guy, while not having Tommy John, dealing with an odd forearm injury. That's Loesch.
It's almost become like changing your tires after 40,000 miles. You
really
just do it. And I know it's a lot more intricate than that, but the surgery has really been perfected. Dr. Jobe was way out on a limb when that first started. And very few people were getting that done. Of course, it was thought to be potentially career-ending, which, of course, if you don't get it done, it's career-ending. And he really pioneered something which you see not just the Cardinal rotation getting, but you see a lot of high school students and college pitchers getting it done.
And even more position players are starting to have that done as well, because they realize, remember Tony Womack, he only missed 8 months and was back. Quick move by Westbrook. We've seen he's got a very good move over to first. You wonder, back in the golden age of baseball, how many guys, knowing that they're on a 1-year deal and pitching for their baseball lives, just said, you know what, I know my arm hurts. They probably had a tear, and they just kept on going.
No other choice.
Exactly.
And it's not just, and of course, the Tommy John has to do with your elbow, and there's some things with your ligament in your elbow that the Tommy John will replace. Some of it is a matter of moving the ligament. Sometimes it's replacing the ligament and actually grafting in a new ligament. But there's also a lot of shoulder injuries that guys have come back from, that pitchers back in the day, once your shoulder hurt, rotator cuff, hang with them there too. And the rotator cuff surgery can be, that's a little more problematic. That has to be done just right, and that doesn't always work.
We see guys when they come back from that, usually if they're still pitching in the major leagues, they're not the pitcher that they once were as far as velocity or stuff, but they reinvent themselves at this level. Think about Jeff Francis that we saw, former Rocky, now at the Kansas City Royals, really pitched pretty well against the Cardinals.
But you'll see most pitchers think of kind of the short arm delivery that you'll see from a pitcher that just doesn't really, maybe the opposite of Lincecum. Lincecum gets so much torque and so much extension both back and forward. If you've got a guy that's had shoulder issues, that gets lessened by another 50%. You see the opposite. You see a guy that's just barely getting rotation, looks tight, probably throwing from a lower arm angle, and very difficult with a lower arm angle to have good enough stuff to win in the big league.
You don't believe in perfect mechanics, do you?
Not really. I think there is some basics to good mechanics, but I think some of it has to do with your body structure.
Exactly.
How your body is. And Chris Carpenter does something that is taught somewhat in the minor leagues with the Cardinals, where he'll tilt backwards. You wouldn't normally teach a pitcher to do that, but they are teaching some of their minor league guys to do it. Kind of a debate whether or not that's the right thing to do or not. But if you tilt backwards and actually drop your back shoulder, you're creating a little bit more of a work needed to get on top again, and not everybody can do that.
Out of play again off the bat of Crawford. Crawford called up to the big leagues last Thursday. Reached base safely in 7 of his first 15 plate appearances. Get into a fielder's choice his first time up.
Quick feet, quick move, quick tag. Not in time.
2 balls, 2 strikes. They're in the bottom of the 6th, by the way. Milwaukee leading Cincinnati 3-0. Think about the Brewers this year. They've got to prove that they can win on the road. Currently 9-18 away from Miller Park.
Brewers are the only team in the National League Central that didn't lose ground to the Cardinals in the month of May. A couple of teams dropped a couple games. Cincinnati dropped 3. Cubs dropped 5 to the Cardinals. But Milwaukee played the Cardinals even for the month. And I know you, Dan, think that they've got probably as good a shot as anybody of taking the Cardinals.
Absolutely. There's a swing and a miss. And a stolen base. Pujols with a lefty up was playing behind Ross. And it's a steal. No chance for Yadier Molina. Matter of fact, Ross didn't even slide into the bag. If there would have been a throw, they would have had him easily. He ran through the bag. Watch this. Goes in the books as a steal. 3rd strikeout for Westbrook. And here is Whiteside, who is single.
Really not sure what the thinking was on that day, on that little bizarre play there, because he could have been a strike him out, throw him out.
And again, for San Francisco, another runner in scoring position. They've had opportunities already here tonight. San Francisco has left 4 on thus far. The 1-0 pitch. 2 balls, no strikes. They'll intentionally walk Whiteside to pitch to Lincecum. Lincecum called out on strikes his first time up and came in hitting .080 on the year with just 2 base hits the entire season.
And I like this move right here. I think it's the right thing. You make Lincecum swing the bat.
Well, tomorrow we're trying something new before our first pitch. Rick, along with Jim Hayes, will answer your questions about the Cardinals. Go to Facebook.com/Fox Sports Midwest to submit your question. Then watch tomorrow at 7 o'clock. Good luck.
Can't wait.
You and the cat debating. Not quite the cat fight, but it may turn into that. You never know.
You'll just have to wait and see.
And that's tomorrow right before our first pitch. And I can't wait personally. Is there a question you want to talk about? I'll submit it.
You know the email.
Anything you want to get off your chest?
You don't have enough time.
2-0 the count here on Lincecum.
I'll submit 10 or 11 ideas for you.
That's it, huh?
Off the top of my head.
A 2-0 pitch to Tim Lincecum. Blowing outside, 3-0.
Now this is not the plan. Looked like he guided that 2-0 pitch. You know, sometimes you just try to throw a strike and you aim it. You just you're almost like you're shot putting the ball instead of letting it go and throwing it. I'm sure that's what Yadi's saying. Hey, let it go. Sometimes the hardest thing to do when you're trying to throw a strike is you actually just think about it so much that you don't really throw the baseball. And it's not that he's not trying. He knows it's a pitcher hitting. Let it go.
There it is. Much better. And he looked different, too.
He did. More of a finish on the pitch, more of an extension.
Lincecum taking again. And he walked him. You hope that does not come back to haunt Jake Westbrook.
A walk of a pitcher in front of Andres Torres to load the bases wasn't a very good thing in game 1 of this series.
Take you back to Memorial Day and a grand slam for Torres.
Kyle McClellan was the one that walked the pitcher Bumgarner to load the bases for Torres, just his second home run of the season, and he doubled his RBIs from 4 to 8.
Yeah, not known as a power guy. Very, very good speed, good defensively. Looks at his strike. Now there is a hitting lane open with his speed. Descalso is off the line, but even with the bag at third, and Terrio is trying to keep that runner close at second base, so lane to the left side. An 0-1 pitch by Westbrook.
They're a little bit bunched on the right side too. Schumacher's playing in the pull, and Albert's playing off the line, so not much room between Albert and Schumacher, but there's some room up the middle. Relying on Jake Westbrook to field his position if the ball is hit to his left.
Borderline strike. Westbrook may have gotten a break on this pitch.
Yeah, I think so. This pitch is probably outside and is. You know, infield defense, where you align players, is something that can be really critical, especially with a sinker ball pitcher.
Check swing. He got him a strikeout of Torres. 4 strikeouts for Jake Westbrook as he pitches out of a jam. Score 6, get 25-cent drinks the next day, all day, at On the Run at Mobile. That's any 20-ounce coffee, found, or frozen drink for just $0.25. We're serious at On the Run at Mobile.
Not my money, but I think the deal ought to be a little bit better when you get 6 runs against Tim Lincecum. You think they'd go for that? We'll have to ask our friends at On the Run at Mobile.
As long as you invest in it.
Exactly.
Berkman on the ground towards third. Tejada gathers it up and makes the play.
Through 3.5 innings, let's take a look at the breakdown of the strikes between Tim Lincecum and Jake Westbrook. We've got the called strikes, the foul balls, the ones in play, swing and misses, and the total strikes. Westbrook with more strikes, and that's in a half inning more. And he's always going to have a lot of balls put in play. The swing and miss, you'd expect Tim Lincecum to always win on that number. And the foul balls, 11 to 8. We saw a lot of swing and misses from Chris Carpenter in last night's game. We're going to try to track what actually happens in the strikes, Dan, and I would suspect over time with a pitcher like Jake Westbrook, we're going to see a lot of those balls put in play, and that's the pitch to contact mentality that he has, and Dave Duncan applauds.
Rasmus going the other way, keeping that in front. Cody Ross, that ball easily could have skipped by him like we saw last night with Pat Burrell.
And we'll see if Colby Rasmus will take off. With one out, Yadier Molina prone to hit into double plays. You want to get as many runs as you can, obviously, against Lincecum as early as possible. Maybe force the issue a bit here and run with Rasmus. I like hit and run. First pitch, not a bad idea.
Yadi having an outstanding season thus far.
Giants are thinking that way as they try to keep Rasmus close.
Molina leads all major league catchers in batting average and doubles, 7th in RBIs. And since April 14th, he's hitting .362.
We talked early in this series, Dan, about hit and run counts. 1-0, 2-1. Great hit and run counts. 2-0. When the hitter has the advantage and the pitcher has to throw a strike, good time to send the runner.
Two sluggers right there. Came in 1 and 2 in the batting race. Holiday on the left, Berkman on the right. You didn't have to do this very often, but what was it like when you had to head to the DL?
Yeah, it happened just one time that I can remember, maybe twice, but 15-day DL, and it's just miserable. You feel like you're not part of the team. They start to tell stories about the last road trip, and you don't really know what they're talking about, and games and fantastic finishes, and all of a sudden you're on the outside looking in, and you just can't wait to actually get to be a part of the team again. It really is. I don't want to say miserable. That may be too strong a word, but for a player that's so used to being connected to his teammates, it's really a hard thing to go through.
Runner is going on 3-1. Throw down to second. Goodbye. Oh no, he dropped the ball. Rasmus in there. Crawford couldn't hold on. So a steal, number 5 for Colby Rasmus.
I had to wait to see whether they would give the shortstop an error on that, which they could have if they called him out first. Here's the play, and he never really caught the ball.
Hit it off the heel of the glove.
A good hard slide from Rasmus.
And a 3-2 pitch. Molina. Little flare into left. This ball will get down. They're going to hold up Colby Rasmus. And Molina is 2 for 2 against Tim Lincecum.
Colby Rasmus had a hard time reading that. That was a tough one to read, whether or not that was going to be caught or not. The problem is he really got in the middle of it, and he'd have been out anyway. If he stopped right there, he needed to either go or not. But I don't think he's got any chance of scoring unless he would have taken off the minute the ball was hit. And I don't know. I think that was a pretty tough ball for Rasmus to read. We found, Dan, that he's a pretty good instinctive base runner, more so than some of the other Cardinal players. I mean, I think he runs the bases pretty well.
Runners at the corners. And the batter is Skip Schumacher. Bounced into a 4-6-3 double play back in the second inning. 1-0 Redbirds. They'll hold it first. Tejada at third is even with the bag and in. Ground ball up the middle. And that gets through. Base hit. Molina on his way to third. 2-0 on the RBI hit by Skip Schumacher.
Tim Lincecum had a decision to make, and he picked the wrong one. He was thinking about knocking that ball down, but he thought, you know what, this is going to be a double play if I let it go. He thinks the middle infielders are going to be able to get it. He reaches out with his bare hand, then pulls it back, and it finds the hole right up the middle. Molina able to go from first to third.
And you think about this inning, you've had a base hit by Rasmus that was nearly caught by Cody Ross. Molina the flare. That could have been caught. And then the bouncer up the middle. And that could have been played possibly into a double play or at least an out.
Cardinals definitely had some breaks in this inning, and you need to have some breaks against Tim Lincecum. He's hard to beat without breaks. 56 total pitches. He had that very long first inning because he had the 3 strikeouts, including the strikeout wild pitch. And you love it when his pitch count gets up higher and higher, Dan, because you don't want to face him any longer than you have to.
And one of the hardest hit balls tonight off the bat of Descalso, who singled back in the third. Runners at first and third with 1 out. The Cardinals have picked up 6 base hits against Tim Lincecum here tonight. Outfield is shallow but straight away. Change up that time.
This is a tough at bat right here. Daniel Descalso, not a lot of experience at the big league level, and he's facing one of the best. And Lincecum has so many weapons, it's hard to really guard against each one of them if you're Daniel Descalso. We've seen that he's been really overmatched by some of the best pitchers that have had the plus fastballs.
You think about that changeup 2 pitches ago, all the arms and legs coming at you, that big stride, same motion, but yet it's a difference of roughly 12 miles an hour. The fastball to the changeup. A swing and a miss. It wasn't a foul tip, and a run will score. That's Molina to make it 3-0. That's the 5th strikeout for Lincecum tonight, in which 2 have wound up reaching base.
The first base was occupied, so Descalso's not able to go to first, but the runners can all advance on their own. And why not advance? Ball in the dirt, gets away from the catcher. The stuff is so nasty, almost too nasty here for the catcher, Eli Whiteside, who probably should have tried to catch that ball with his chest instead of stabbing at it. And you wonder if not having Buster Posey is not going to affect the the Giant pitching staff as much as their offense.
Skip's trying to figure out how many outs. There's 2 now. And here is Jake Westbrook. Westbrook with a perfect sacrifice his first time up. The Cardinals have picked up 2. They had their first run in the third. High strike, nothing in 2. Outfield very, very shallow. That's in front, blocked by the catcher. He's a little shell-shocked right now.
Yeah, he's working hard too, isn't he?
Yes, he is.
I like the form better in that. It seemed like he really got his body in front of that one more than just the glove. You know, with all the spin that is put on this baseball, actually not only hit him, also hit the umpire in the face mask. But the spin that Lincecum puts on his pitches is just so dramatic that it's hard to figure out how to block it.
That'll find the seats out of play. Well, coming into this year, the aces, these 1-2 combinations that we talk about, Lincecum and Kane, you see what they've done this year. And for the Cardinals, Carpenter and Wainwright, but unfortunately Wainwright done.
Well, it's been all about starters 2, 3, and 4, and 5 for the Cardinals, doing such a great job. Loesch, McClellan, Garcia, and others.
Skip Schumacher with that base hit up the middle. Picks up the RBI, his 10th. 80 named the Cardinals catcher with the highest batting average against the Giants. Well, since the truck loves Tom Pagnozzi, oh goodness, what a shock. It's Tom Pagnozzi. Hit .292 against the Giants.
Was Pagnozzi a Cardinal? I'm trying to remember. Would you say he is the favorite Cardinal player of our great producer and great director and the rest of the folks in our truck?
What do you think?
I would say yes.
Since there's a mention of Tom in our ears every night concerning Hall of Famers, pitchers, second baseman, stolen bases, home runs, it doesn't matter.
Earlier we were talking about the great Cardinals, and I said Musial and Brock. And of course, in my ear, what do I hear?
Pagnozzi. Here's a ground ball to second. Schumacher makes the play. Hey, our friend Dick Zitzman, who runs Stan the Man Inc., has a really neat show coming up. If you are a collector, June 18th and 19th at the Sheraton Clayton Plaza Hotel here in St. Louis. And the likes of Tony La Russa, Stan the Man, Mike Shannon, Bruce Sutter, Bill White, Whitey Herzog, Bob Gibson, even some current players like Jaime Garcia, Kyle McClellan. How about this? Steve Carlton will be there, Cepeda, Frank Robinson, Ted Simmons. All those guys signing autographs.
Pagnozzi?
I do not see Pagnozzi on there. Just check out MAB-celebrity.com. MAB, M as in Mr. Celebrity.com. And again, that's June 18th and 19th if you're a collector.
Now they've got me saying.
That's your problem. Don't go down that road. We saw Lincecum. He was hot after last inning. He was throwing his glove and upset about the inning that he just went through. And I know you talked to Chris Carpenter at length today, Rick, about his stuff last night, and it was filthy at times. He had 8 strikeouts, a season high. When you have that kind of stuff, you expect to win.
And you do, yeah. And these guys are competitors beyond competitors. I mean, the people that you know that you play against, whether it's golf or you play tennis against or you play cards, and you know the one that really wants to win badly, and you just could tell that they've got that extra level of competitiveness in them. Well, that's what these guys are, and they've learned to control it a bit in terms of how they show it outwardly, but deep down they just do not want to lose, and that's why they don't lose very often, coupled with their great ability.
Surprising for Carpenter. Now, he didn't take the loss yesterday, but at times, as well as he's pitched, and you look at his numbers compared to some others of guys in the league that are having above 500 seasons, he's right there with them in every column of the stats except wins and losses.
He was talking about all the hits that he's given up, and I said, well, there was a guy before the game yesterday who had more hits than you, and I said, who do you think it is? And he didn't want to guess, and I said Halladay, and he looked at me with this look on his face like, are you kidding me? Halladay had given up more hits than me, but part of it is throwing a lot of innings. Part of it's being the #1 guy and getting as many starts as possible. You're never going to skip their start. You want them out there, and that's part of it. But he said, yeah, that's true, but I'm still giving up too many hits, and I've got to figure out a way to not make that happen.
I thought he was really good last night.
I agree. A lot of reason for hope for Chris Carpenter. And as I mentioned towards the end of the game, I think he needs to win 13 or more games for the Cardinals for them to be playing in October.
Line shot to right. There he is. Lance Berkman playing in and makes the catch.
There's a guy who knew a little bit about competitiveness, Bob Gibson.
Just a little.
Not a better Cardinal pitcher in all the history of the Redbirds than Bob Gibson.
You remember the first time that you arrived in St. Louis and saw red and Bob Gibson, Lou Brock, Stan the Man?
That was incredible. And seeing him in spring training. I remember watching Lou Brock do a base running drill in spring training. I wasn't even I couldn't run at all, but we had to all stand there and listen. And I was mesmerized by Lou Brock.
There's a broken bat. And a foul ball, 0-2 on the hitter Aubrey Huff. Lou could still do those clinics, as we saw in the Legends camp. Gave that individual instruction
For some of the campers, they paid extra dollars to have that individual instruction with Ozzie, Lou. We were hoping Bruce Sutter, he had a personal issue, and then Brian Jordan on the outfield. That was neat. I don't know if it helped any of the campers, but it sure was fun to listen to.
Oh, they enjoyed it, I guarantee that.
I was there and was covering the event, so to speak, and to hear those guys, we had them mic'd up, and then to go back and listen to and really break down what they were doing. A lot of fun. Amazing to hear how they look at the game.
Once this game gets in your blood, you just want to stay a part of it.
Pujols flips to Jake Westbrook. He's solid here tonight. Cardinals have the top of the lineup. Terrio, Jay, and Pujols. It's Sanchez and Lance Lynn. Lance Lynn will make his debut, and we'll see that tomorrow here at Busch Stadium as that young man is pumped to see Lance Lynn tomorrow here at Busch Stadium. Ryan Terrio has extended his hitting streak. Terrio, a career best 15 straight he's hit in. And a strike at the knees. 1 ball, 1 strike to Terrio. Terrio here on deck, Jay, and then we'll see Pujols. Average is jumped up to 301. And that got him. Terrio hit by the pitch.
Well, Lincecum was having a hard time with his emotions, controlling them last inning. That's not a good way to start out the next inning, hitting the first batter. And I can tell you from experience, it's more frustrating to just barely hit a batter than it is to really hit him.
If you're going to do it, just get your money's worth.
I mean, if you nip their uniform. I hit Ken Griffey Sr. in the toe once with an 0-2 pitch. I mean, it didn't hurt him, and he ran down. I mean, I'm still not over it.
I can tell. Now, I'll ask you, did you face Ken Griffey Jr.?
I did. I think it's spring training.
Isn't that something?
Yeah.
To face his dad, and then all of a sudden you see his son? Crazy.
Pretty amazing. Ken Griffey Sr. was a very good hitter.
Absolutely.
Not as good against left-handers.
Over the years, I was able to build up a nice relationship with Junior. And I always got a kick out of talking to him about everything except baseball. When it came to baseball, if I needed something from him, he would do it. But more times than not, Rick, he just wanted to talk about his kids, and everything else outside of the game of baseball, he also really liked to play some golf, too.
I've mentioned it many times. One of my favorite moments that I've ever seen at a ballpark was when he hit his 500th home run with his dad at the ballpark here in St. Louis.
Right, that stadium, too.
That was very magical. Right, not this stadium, but this city, I guess. But that home run and that moment, and what Ken, his dad, said is, I was tired of driving around and flying to all the cities he was playing. He said, you don't hit it now, you're on your own.
Hit and run again. Throw to second. And out. Terrio is out. And Whiteside very easily could have caught his second base runner of the night. Remember, the other time it was dropped.
Very tough pitch to get a bat on, but also a tough pitch to catch and throw.
You think about the Giants a year ago in their postseason run, 4 shutouts in postseason play, and 2 were in the World Series. It ended the 3rd longest drought of any franchise to reach the World Series.
And the droughts we always talk about are the Cubs and the Red Sox, but
those are the other 2.
There are some other teams that would like to play in October. The San Diego Padres.
56 years for the Giants. And there's no reason to think, with the nucleus of starting pitching that they have. There's a strikeout of Jay. Regardless of the offense, why they wouldn't be able to make it back into postseason play. I was looking at this as we get a look at the strike to Jay that catches the corner. Rick Sanchez is 28, Lincecum 26, Kane 26, Bumgarner 21.
And there's no clear-cut star team in the National League West right now.
Good point.
Arizona is leading the West of all teams. But you're just not really sure anybody's going to run away with it. Great at bat here. Love to watch Albert hit against Lincecum. Don't get tired of this.
So far, he's 0 for 2. He's lined out to second and flied out to center. 1 ball, 1 strike. We saw in the first at bat, Pujols favoring, looked to be his left leg. It's pitching right there. You go 2 pitches ago, in, then the slider away. In, slider away.
Not going to make it easy for you, that's for sure.
2 balls, 1 strike. And Pujols lifts it in the air. The shallow left center, and the catch is made. Shearholtz, Ross, Crawford coming up. Right in Oswald through 7 innings. The Cardinals are up for 7 runs in the 9th to win 8-1 in Houston. And tonight it is Jake Westbrook. Cardinals about hit San Francisco 6-5. They lead it 3-0. And Westbrook very, very good so far.
And a big victory for the Cardinals in Game 2 of this series. We thought that was a game they had to win because we knew how hard it would be to beat Sanchez and/or Lincecum. The Cardinals off to a great start so far through 5 innings, and Jake Westbrook's the main reason.
I was thinking before the game this evening, has there been a better win than the one that we saw last night?
I can't think of one.
In terms of, it's Game 2 of a series in which you're already down 1 game. You've got Lincecum and Sanchez to come forward.
You're at home.
Right. Coming off a very good road trip in 6-3. Here's a ground ball base hit to the right side. Shearholtz is 1 for 3.
And a really tough bullpen that you're trying to score some late inning runs against. A shutdown bullpen, really. Outstanding win last night.
The Cardinals, it's been exciting to watch this year with many of those come from behind wins that we did not see a year ago. Just seemed you got to the bottom of the order a year ago, or a ground ball hit to Felipe Lopez, and it could be a loss.
Agreed. The defense has been shored up, certainly at third base. Daniel Descalso is doing a great job there.
How many games did Lopez cost the Cardinals last year, where you look at this year, Descalso with the loss of Freese, what a difference he has made.
Yeah, I was very disappointed and surprised, really, by the defense of Lopez, former shortstop for the Cincinnati Reds, and just wasn't able to make it. I know he's back up in the big leagues again. He's been sent down and then back up again with Tampa, I believe, is where he's playing this year. And you know, he can hit a little bit, but the reality is the Cardinals missed David Freese. They missed that extra bat in the middle of the lineup, and runs were very, very hard to come by.
No balls and 2 strikes with a runner at first. And a fly ball into deep right center field. Berkman on the move, and he won't get it. It's off the wall. A run will score, and the Giants get on the board to make it 3-1.
Fly ball double by Cody Ross. After he hit it, he kind of was disappointed and thought, I made an out. You could actually hear him with our microphone down on the field kind of be disgusted. He thought he popped up, but that ball just kept carrying, and Lance Berkman doesn't have a lot of great range. There's the reaction of Cody Ross, but he got a little more of it than he thought he did.
Tying run is at the plate. There's Brandon Crawford. So Ross picks up the RBI, and he's 3 for 3.
All right, just stop the bleeding.
Crawford is 0 for 2. He at least wants to pull it to the right side. 2 balls and no strikes.
There are times where you see Albert make that throw across the diamond in this situation. Don't think this is an advisable situation. The Cardinals with a 3-1 lead. It's always a chancy play, and nobody does it better than Albert. He's playing back a little bit now. I think if he hits a ground ball to the right side, I would say just get him out here. But with Albert, you never know.
But that was Joaquin Andujar.
That's right. That's one of my favorite things. I loved Joaquin. We called him Jack. He said, my name is not Jack, it's Joaquin. We'd say, okay, Jack. And then he'd get faux mad at us, and we'd keep calling him Jack. And he'd say, there's one word about these games is you never know.
Ground ball up the middle. Schumacher stops it, no play, and he saves a run. Runners at first and third. Visit Bush Bash prior to every Friday home game. Ford Plaza, live music, player, and coach appearances throughout the season. And this Friday, Jose Oquendo. For details and future player appearances, visit Cardinals.com/promotions. And here's a visit from Dave Duncan. There's also activity in the Redbird bullpen.
That's Miguel Batista. We thought he might be one of the choices to take Kyle McClellan's place in the bullpen, and the Cardinals electing not to mess with what has been a pretty decent bullpen of late. Batista has a role out there. In some ways, his role is to help teach Fernando Salas and Eduardo Sanchez the ropes, and in some cases to translate for them. Both guys speak a moderate amount of English, and Batista's been a big help to them in a lot of ways. But the Cardinals have opted to bring up Lance Lynn to take that spot in the rotation.
Here's Eli Whiteside. You know, there's been talk and rumors that the Cardinals might be out there looking at a veteran closer. You wonder if that's cooled a little bit with what Salas has been able to do. He's been perfect so far as that ball scoots away from Yadier Molina. Salas, 10 career saves, already second among Mexican-born Cardinals, trailing Juan Acevedo, who had 19. If you're wondering about the major league leader, Joaquin Soria, Mexican-born closers with 139.
What's so impressive about him is he's 10 for 10. He's had a couple of tough ones in that mix.
In a jam here is Jake Westbrook. Runners at second and third, and nobody out. A 3-1 ball game.
And here's the trouble you run into with a sinker ball pitcher. You've got issues, you've got runners on base, and he doesn't really have a swing and miss pitch. He's more of a guy that's going to let you put the ball at play, and you can get hits in a hurry if you miss your spots to 3 or 4 hitters in a row, and that's what Jake Westbrook is vulnerable to. If it's Lincecum, you're thinking, well, yeah, there's a couple runners aboard, but he might strike out the next 3 guys.
Out of play. 2 strikes, 1-2 on Eli Whiteside. A few finals in baseball as Cincinnati beat Milwaukee 4-3. Detroit over Minnesota 4-2. Kansas City blanked the Angels 2-0. Baltimore over Seattle 2-1. Yankees over Oakland 4-2. And Houston over Chicago by the score of 3-1. The Royals had a walk-off win today. Billy Butler with a walk-off homer. That's in the dirt. White Sox over Boston 7-4. Texas beat Tampa Bay 3-0. And one other final in, Washington over the Phillies 2-1.
We don't really want to give in to Whiteside here. Lincecum the next batter. You'd rather try to get Whiteside and Lincecum than to walk this batter and then pitch to Lincecum in the leadoff hitter.
Fly ball to right center. The catch made by Rasmus. His throw will come into third base. He lets it fly. What a throw by Colby. That's as good a throw as we've seen him make. Run scores to make it 3-2.
Talked for a long time about the plus arm of Colby Rasmus, and there are times where we haven't seen it. Well, here it is. Good extension. Throw right on the money, and that's a long throw and a strong throw. Gets his feet set, doesn't take too much time. Throw a little bit high, but man, that's a strong throw from right center field.
Catches your eye, doesn't it?
And I like what Descalzo did. He acted like the ball wasn't coming in to try to deke the runner, which all third basemen do.
Infield in for Tim Lincecum. Seeing that made me think of Colorado and the 2 throws by Rick Ankiel. Troy Gloss at the time, third baseman, just standing straight up, no big deal. And here comes a throw, and boom, the tag is there.
And the throw was so awesome that Gloss gave him the ball when he came in from center. I've never seen that. I mean, it was an amazing throw by Ankiel.
A check swing by Lincecum. One out runner at third. The 1-0 pitch. They pitch out. 2-0.
That makes no sense to me whatsoever. You've got a pitcher at the plate. If they're going to squeeze, you better be sure the squeeze is on if you're going to put your pitcher in a 2-0 spot with the opposing pitcher at the plate. I do not like that call at all.
Ground ball to short. Terrio, tricky hop, makes the play.
Especially after Westbrook walked Lincecum in his last at-bat.
Here's Torres.
I'm sorry, I'm shaking my head over that one. But it worked. No problem.
How about Kansas City with their win today? That was the 8th walk-off win on a home run that was reviewed today as well. And a strike. Torres a couple of times has seen that outside corner go against him. They go right back to that area. 1 ball, 1 strike. Torres has struck out twice and also grounded out. Hits it the other way. This is trouble. And it gets down. All the way to the wall. Torres will stop at second, and we are tied. Brand new game at 3-3.
You hate to give runs back that Tim Lincecum gave you. John Jay laying out, maybe a little ambitious, thinking that he could actually catch that ball. Doesn't really hurt anything. There's going to be a double anyway. But unfortunately, that'll be it for the Cardinal right-hander, Jake Westbrook.
Sports Midwest is brought to you by Jack in the Box. So right now, you can get the new bourbon barbecue steak grilled sandwich at participating restaurants. And by Kia. The Cardinals had a 3-run lead On Tim Lincecum, it's now a new game, 3-3. Westbrook with 100 pitches lifted after 5 2/3.
You get a 3-0 lead against Tim Lincecum, you have to win that game. You just have to shut the door the rest of the way. You don't get a lot of opportunities to beat him. Cardinals are going to now have to beat him late or beat the bullpen of the Giants again, as they did last night. Batista taking over has been solid out of the Cardinal bullpen. More good than bad. What we like about him is he has a live arm for a 40-year-old, that's for sure, but he keeps the ball low and has decent movement.
Last pitch at 92 to Tejada. Twice he's grounded out to second, also grounded out to first. This has been a struggle for him with runners in scoring position and in general for the Giants this year. 2-0.
And Tejada just became a 300 hitter with a 2-0 count.
You would figure that Torres be able to score on a base hit with his speed. He tied it up with an RBI double. Two and one. A 2-1 pitch to Miguel Tejada. Lifts it out to left. Jay is back and makes the catch. Berkman, Rasmus Molina coming up. 3-3 as we move to the bottom of the sixth. The Freak back to work. A new game. It's 3-3. Cardinals half of the sixth, and Lance Berkman leads it off. Cardinals jumped out to a 3-0 lead. And top half of this inning, the Giants come back with 3 of their own. That pitch taken for a ball outside. Berkman is 0 for his last 11. 2-0. Lance struck out swinging back in the first and also grounded out to third. Sharply hit to second. Taken there by Sanchez for the out. Coming up this weekend, the Cubs in town to take on Pujols and the Cardinals. A showdown between bitter division rivals. It's a telecast of Fox Saturday Baseball in primetime, and it begins at 3. And a strike to Colby Rasmus. One ball, one strike. You know, there was a blogger on the field today from England. I don't know if you knew that.
I did not know that.
And I believe his name is Lou. So as a kid, he followed the Cardinals because of the name of Lou Brock. So this is the first time he had been to St. Louis. He was on the field. And if you're thinking about primetime, maybe that's the game in England.
Primetime there. Primetime somewhere.
3 o'clock here. 2-2. Rasmus has singled and scored, also grounded out. And he hits it in the air to right center field. Pretty well hit. But this will stay in the ballpark as Torres makes the catch.
That's why you like having a speedy center fielder. No doubt about him being able to run that ball down. And Lincecum, I think, kind of smells it right here. He's seen his offense get it back into this game. I think he's got a new lease on this game and feels as if it's back to advantage Lincecum. I'd still like to keep from seeing Brian Wilson in this series. How about you?
Personally, I'd like to see the beard and compare it to Al's facial hair. As far as being a hitter, I'm with you.
Well, we can see him during warm-ups before game and compare him to Al.
Saw Al on the set with you post-game show last night.
I'm glad you're watching the right program.
I didn't have to do a post-game hit.
Race to a TV to watch us.
Didn't miss a minute. 0-2 the count here on Yadier Molina. And a called third strike. Yadi didn't like the call. that gives you home field advantage. Visit HiltonSt.Louis.com to book your Cardinals ticket package. Coming this summer, the new 360 rooftop. Swing and a miss by Freddie Sanchez. Batista in his second inning of work. Relief of Jake Westbrook. We're all tied up at 3-3. Sanchez off the end of the bat, charging. Schumacher makes the play.
Skip's starting to feel a little bit more comfortable at second base. I'm not sure I've seen a stretch where he has been as smooth. That's a play where he's coming in. He made a play going to his left last night, made a play going to his right. And there's no real hesitation in this. It's just real smooth, little transfer, not kind of the hitch in the throw, not the nervousness. Seems to me he's a little more comfortable at that position.
I was just about to say, Rick, that that's a ball, and also the double play in which he has to go to his left and either spin or turn with his hips, either back to the infield or not. But that play right there, with him coming in, he's always said that's been a real tough play for him, whether to sidearm the ball, how hard you throw it, the touch and the finesse you put on that throw. And I know it seems like a simple play, but he'll tell you for his transition, that was not.
I wonder if the way he conditioned in the offseason, a little bit more baseball-minded conditioning than weightlifting, and he's certainly not as big as he was last year. I'm talking about just pure brawn.
In the air, deep right, off the bat of Aubrey Huff, and this is gone. Fifth home run for Aubrey Huff.
Now Batista likes to keep the ball down, but he misses a spot here. Pitch middle. Perfect location from the hitter's point of view, and Aubrey Huff just hammers that ball and actually hits off the Batista sign. That's not fair.
You know, Huff last year scored over 100 runs. And the first to do that, there's a fly ball hit out to left field. John Jay near the wall and makes the catch. He was the first to do that since Bonds in 2004. Huff was a late signing, you might remember, and then wound up being a real key player for them last season.
Always been a good hitter with power. We tried him in the outfield early on, and it didn't really work out too well.
And now Ross, who is 3 for 3. The previous 4 games, he was 0 for 14 coming into this series. Well, Tim Lincecum in the month of May had 3 starts in which the Giants did not score any runs. And tonight, they have given him 4 runs of support so far, trying to make it 6-1 in his career against the Cardinals. Giants start a play tonight, tied with Minnesota and San Diego for the fewest runs scored this year. You figure if you get 4, that might be just enough for Tim Lincecum. If he can get you to the 9th, if not finish the game. But as you talked about, Rick, you've got Brian Wilson, one of the elite closers in baseball, who's really starting to heat it up.
There's Batista's name, Dan, on the scoreboard, and that's exactly what was hit eventually on that long drive off the bat of Aubrey Huff. Kind of adds insult to injury, doesn't it?
Yes, it does.
Well, this Giant staff really is as good as any, and with Wilson, as you mentioned, I actually picked Colorado to win the West, but they've had some issues that make that less probable, and I still say San Francisco's as good a choice as anybody. And I'm not really sold on Arizona.
2-2. Scoots through Molina. 3-2. Arizona at the start of play tonight. Half game in front of San Francisco. They're dealing with Florida tonight. And at home. San Francisco 13-8 At home, the Cardinals dealt with them early on. In the air, out to left center field. John Jay on the move and makes the catch. It's time to stretch. Puff's home run, 414 feet. Presented by the authority of the Cardinals and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form, and the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the St. Louis Cardinals. 7th inning. Schumacher, Descalso, and then Batista's spot. Ryan Franklin is getting loose in the Cardinal pen. Schumacher with an RBI base hit up the middle. 1 for 2 tonight.
And Dan, this game is setting up, if Lincecum is able to have a decent inning here, it's setting up to be just like last night, where the heart of the Cardinal order will be coming up in the 8th inning. The Giants chose not to go to their closer, Brian Wilson, last night, and then didn't get to use him at all. Lincecum at 92 pitches. This could possibly be his last inning.
Last year, Brian Wilson dominating 2010, led the major leagues with 48 saves and a 1.81 ERA, 11 strikeouts per 9 innings.
Just coming off an injury when the Cardinals saw him in San Francisco early on, and they actually beat up on him pretty bad in his outing there. But he is a different pitcher. He's back to being Brian Wilson again, and he is as nasty as they come. And you and I would both agree, if you're going to take one closer in the National League, you got to win one game. Who are you going to take? It'd be Brian Wilson.
Sure. You talk about Wilson. Started the season on the DL, strained oblique. Gave up 5 earned runs in his first inning and a third. And since then, 4 earned runs in the last 22 and 2/3. So different pitcher as he's kind of been able to shake off the rust and deal with a healthy body now and not the strained oblique. Talked about Tim Lincecum with 2 Cy Youngs under his belt. 9 of the last 12 in the National League have come from the West Division. A lot of that, Randy Johnson and Brandon Webb. Lincecum. 1-0 pitch.
A lot of great pitchers out of the West. You throw in all the Dodger pitchers over the years, Fernando Valenzuela and others, Sandy Koufax.
The 2-0 pitch. 2-1. Last year, the Giants 80-24 when they scored 3 or more runs. They had 37 come from behind wins, and that's what they're trying to do here tonight. They were down 3-0 early on in this game as Descalso shoots it out to left center field. Extra bases. Daniel on his way to second. That goes all the way to the wall. He's on his way to third. Descalso in with a triple. So a shot in the left center field. Daniel Descalso safe at third, safe and secure. New York Life.
One of the most exciting plays in baseball to me is the triple. And Daniel Descalso gets one at a big spot here in the Cardinals' half of the 7th inning. Not a great slide in the third base, but a big-time hit for Descalso. Tyler Green was in the on-deck circle. He's being called back. Now they want the extra power of Alan Craig to try to tie this game. All he needs to do is get a ball into the outfield somehow, some way. 19 RBIs on the season for Craig, and he has been swinging a very hot bat.
Boy, was Cody Ross, a left fielder, really shallow on that ball just hit by Descalso. So here is Craig, infield in, pitch up and in. Terrio on deck.
Lincecum not afraid to throw inside. He's trying to establish some other pitches against Craig. Now he's going away.
And Craig taps it foul. 1 ball, 1 strike. Alan Craig, John Jay, these two young players, this lineup have been great. And Craig in this series 4 for 8.
We talked, Dan, about how Westbrook didn't really have a pitch for this situation to close out an inning. Lincecum has a few of them.
2 balls, 1 strike, and we've seen it's been an adventure tonight for Eli Whiteside, the catcher of the Giants. The follow-up by Craig, the 4 hits, well, 3 of those have been doubles in this series. The 2-1 hammered at the deep left. Craig off the bench delivers. Long home run off of Lincecum. Cardinals back on top.
The 2 California guys deliver against San Francisco. Descalso triple. And Alan Craig homers off the back of the San Francisco Giant bullpen. Wow.
The fans want the curtain call, and they get it. Pinch hit, home run, Alan Craig. Mota now up and throwing in the bullpen for San Francisco. The 1-0 pitch.
You are not going to see Tim Lincecum give up a lead very often. And we just saw it.
2 balls, 1 strike, 5-4 St. Louis. Terrio showing bunt, takes a ball, 3-1. .107 the pitch count for Tim Lincecum.
What a great moment that was. Wow.
Theriot hits it out of play. Earlier tonight, Ryan extended his hitting streak to 15. Three-two pitch. Base hit for Ryan Theriot. That may be all for Tim Lincecum.
Daniel Descalzo from UC Davis. Alan Craig from Cal Berkeley. Doing damage against their home state. Teams they probably loved when they were a kid. Lincecum stay in this game. A couple of right-handers loosening. Lincecum has had John Jay's number all night long. 3 strikeouts for John Jay, who has played very well in left field. He's run down a couple of line drives to perhaps save a couple of runs defensively. Another great comeback. More work to do, though, Dan.
John Jay in a 5-4 Cardinal lead.
Eduardo Sanchez getting loose for the Cardinals. You'd expect to see Sanchez in the 8th and Salas in the 9th if all goes well.
John Jay fouls it back. He has struck out 3 times. Casilla getting loose along with Mota now in that bullpen for San Francisco. This all started with a triple by Descalso, and again the pitch got up to 113 with Tim Lincecum. That's a base hit into right, and a pitch that was up. And here comes Albert.
Your ace is on the rope. Best hitter in the game in the last 10 years. Do you let him face him? I believe the answer will be no. Hanging off-speed pitch. John Jay picks up his first hit of the night, and that's going to be it. The Cardinals have knocked Tim Lincecum out of the box here in the 7th inning. How about that?
The blast by Craig is a pinch hitter as we head to break. And out of this ball game, and a right-hander's in. Our Chevy called to the pen.
Santiago Casilla, part of a very good Giants bullpen. He's the one with, to say the least, good numbers of all the pitchers out there. They've got some flamethrowers, and he's got a tough task in Albert Pujols. Cardinals have had 4 straight hits, the triple by Descalzo, a homer off the bench for Alan Craig, base hits by Terrio and Jay. Chance to tack on right here, and I tell you, it is so much fun to watch Tim Lincecum pitch, and even more fun for the Cardinal fans who've come here tonight to watch him take a lead against the great right-hander.
35,775 this evening. 1 out, runners at first and second for Albert Pujols. The Cardinals get 10 base hits off of Lincecum.
No walks and 9 strikeouts.
Pujols tonight is lined out to second, flied out to center, and flied out to left. Cardinals 7-0 when Alan Craig homers. The Giants will have 7, 8, and 9 in their lineup coming up in the top of the 8th.
One 1-0 pitch. I think the Giants are worrying about the hit and run with Albert, since he has hit into so many double plays. That's why Casilla is doing that inside move. Lincecum still responsible for the 2 runners aboard. Cardinals could do a little more damage to his earned run average.
10 hits for both these teams here tonight. 1 ball, 1 strike on Albert Pujols. Something that Lincecum did a lot to Albert tonight, backing him off the plate. Pujols, if he hits another home run, comes here tonight, would be home run number 100 here at Busch Stadium 3. Sitting on 99. On the year, sitting on 9. Alan Craig, to put it in perspective, with 5 here at this ballpark. Berkman on deck, and he could really do some damage if he has a chance to come up with the bases loaded.
Alan Craig had just been 1 for 6 as a pinch hitter. It pays to be ready.
And initially, Tyler Green was at the on-deck circle. Tony La Russa pulled him back, and then Alan Craig knocks a 2-run homer out. 3 balls, 1 strike on Pujols. Ooh, he held up. The bases are loaded. I don't know about you. I'm shocked that was not called a strike.
I think what they may be saying is, even though the bat did come through, Albert was just trying to get out of the way of the pitch. I think it's a reasonable call by an umpire.
But still, it's a swing of the bat, is it not?
I think they have the opportunity to make a judgment call if they believe they're turning their upper body, and even though they're bringing their bat through, they're doing it just to get out of the way of the pitch. I believe they have that discretion.
I just looked down into the Giants dugout. Bruce Bochy had his hat off and was screaming out, talking about what we're talking about.
Yeah.
You know, whether or not that was a strike. Either way, now it's Berkman with the bases loaded. This is where Lance Berkman can just wear a team out. The fact that he doesn't chase many bad pitches, bases loaded, and you've got to come get him. Bochy just seconds ago was screaming again. I think the Cardinals got a break there. 1-0 pitch. Outside, 2-0.
He is all over the place. Albert, 3-1 is the count. The pitch up and in. Albert, is he just pulling the bat through to get out of the way? That's what the first base umpire, Tim Welke, said. Bruce Bochy does not agree.
Lopez, the lefty, getting loose. Two and one.
Won't see that very often. Check swing. Lance Berkman not able to hold up on a pitch really not in his zone. 2-0 with the bases loaded. A little over anxious there.
So we did see Franklin up at one point getting loose with the Cardinals trailing at that time. Now with them up by a run, Eduardo Sanchez has been getting loose. 2 balls, 1 strike, bases loaded, 5-4 St. Louis. 2-2. Berkman has struck out tonight and also grounded out twice.
Anybody that's followed a baseball season from beginning to end and have done it for multiple years knows how important Ryan Franklin's going to be to the bullpen eventually. Tony is riding the Sanchez-Salas horse right now, but a month from now those guys could be worn out. They could need a breather. Need Franklin, but right now ride that horse that is getting it done, and that is Sanchez and Salas.
A 2-2 pitch. Berkman chops it up the middle. Step on the bag for 1. That's a double play. Nifty turn out at shortstop by Crawford to step on the bag. Craig off the bench has given the Cardinals a lead. Is brought to you by Bud Light. It's the sure sign of a good time. Here we go. By Bank of America, where ATM deposits are as easy as an infield fly. No deposit slip, no envelope with Bank of America. Member FDIC. And by AT&T. Another exciting night. The banks of the Mississippi here in downtown St. Louis. Alan Craig sent a jolt into this ballpark at just over 35,000. Pinch hit home run. We understand that's the first ever allowed by Tim Lincecum. Pinch hit home run.
Eduardo Sanchez will take over for the Cardinals in the 8th inning. A very important 8th inning, trying to set the table for Fernando Salas. He has been spectacular at times, good at times, and wild at times. But never a dull moment when Eduardo Sanchez comes in. He has the really overpowering slider that he'll set up with a 94, 95 mile an hour fastball. And he has shown some guts, as well as Fernando Salas pitching late in games. Bottom of the order for San Francisco.
So it starts with Brandon Crawford. Descalso is even with the bag at third. Now steps on the grass. And the first pitch by Sanchez, taken high for a ball. 5-4 St. Louis. The Cardinals had a 3-run lead, 3-0. Then the Giants came back, tied it up in the 6th, 3-3, led then 4-3 midway through 7. And Alan Craig comes off the bench with a 2-run shot. There's Alan Craig making the catch out left.
I was just about to say, if I was the San Francisco Giants, I would take a strike against Eduardo Sanchez. If you've watched him pitch over the last couple of weeks, you know if he gets behind, he can start walking guys. That was probably ball 2 there up in the zone. And Crawford basically just got himself out there. Cardinals get a break.
Pat Burrell is on deck, and this is Eli Whiteside. One out, nobody on. Outfield is straight away for Whiteside. Takes a pitch inside. The 1-0 pitch. There's a strike. 95 from Sanchez. Pat Burrell was in the starting lineup last night, coming off the bench this evening.
There's some power coming off the bench. And there's the nasty slider from Eduardo Sanchez. Perfect location, great break, late break. Whiteside, no chance of hitting that.
There it was again. He stayed away, 2-2. Kind of slings the ball up there, and you can see why he is so tough on right-handed hitters.
He's got one slider he throws, has a little bit of a hump to it, and then all of a sudden it becomes sharp.
Fastball is popped fouling out of play, 95.
And if anything I have seen with Sanchez is the importance of him throwing a strike on the 2-2 pitch. Don't want to see him go 3-2. Don't worry about the strikeout here. Just make a good solid pitch. Fastball away.
The 2-2. Get out of play. Two balls, 2 strikes with 1 out, nobody on. Eli Whiteside is sacrificed. He was intentionally walked and also singled.
Curveball.
Reaches for it in the air to center. And Rasmus almost came up with it. Tying run is on. Whiteside. Now you have Pat Burrell. You've got to be careful with him.
Not a bad pitch. Might have been up just a little bit. Colby comes hard and gets a glove on it, but more importantly keeps it from going past it. Just off the tip of his glove. Seen a lot of diving outfielders in this game, haven't we?
Boy, you're right. And now you get Pat Burrell. Longtime Philly. Was with the Tampa Rays and then picked up by San Francisco last year. Love to see the double play right here. And a fastball taken a little bit high from Sanchez.
Looked like a high strike there. Sanchez did not get. Not sure that's where he wants to throw the ball to Burrell anyway. That might have caught the top of the strike zone. Looks like it did.
The 1-0 pitch to Pat Burrell. Long look by Sanchez. Here it comes outside. I remember Pat Burrell back in 1998, the first overall pick by the Phillies. Last year he started out the season with Tampa Bay, then signed a minor league contract with San Francisco, and it really turned out to be a key acquisition 18 home runs, 51 driven in for Pat Burrell. The 2-0 pitch. 3-0.
A lot of energy in this situation right now. The fans are doing the wave. They're making some noise. 8th inning of a game. You've got to find a way to slow the game down from the pitcher's point of view if you're Eduardo Sanchez, and just calm yourself, relax. Don't let the game get ahead of you. Take a deep breath and fire some strikes at the knees.
He was swinging on 3-0 and popped up. Who wants it? It will be Yadi Molina. Makes the catch, and on 3-0, Carl is through. Boy, is that big. Like you said, Rick, I mean, there's a situation you might have him on the ropes struggling to find the strike zone.
Yeah, I just think this is some poor scouting by the Giants of Eduardo Sanchez. You've got to know the kind of control issues he's had over his last few outings and make him work a little bit. I know you've got Pat Burrell at the plate and you think he's got a chance of giving you a lead. I get that. But how about a walk and then Andres Torres in position to drive in some runs with an extra base hit.
Torres with a double here tonight.
All that does is give Eduardo Sanchez confidence.
You bet.
A young pitcher needs that, and the Giants have just given it to him. Thank you very much.
5-4 St. Louis. Just joined us. Alan Craig off the bench. 2-run pinch hit homer to give the Cardinals this 1-run lead with 2 outs here in the 8th. Count is 1-1. Torres has struck out twice. He's also grounded out to first. That double last time up back in the 6th. The 1-1. Slider. Strike. 1-2. The 1-2 pitch. Torres, a swing and a miss. Sanchez comes in. Does his job. A 1-run lead for St. Louis. But St. Louis with a 1-run lead. Let's turn to our doing more on defense, brought to you by the Home Depot. And really, this is a good sign, isn't it?
It's a great sign. We see a great throw from Colby Rasmus on the line all the way to third base. He doesn't get his man, but he does the great movement to get to the ball, puts himself in position, and throws it right on the money. We hope to see a lot more of that from Colby Rasmus.
The Home Depot doing more on defense, and here is Colby against the lefty, who you had a chance to visit with tonight.
I did. Javier Lopez.
Former Cavalier like you, right?
My second favorite number 49 that used to play.
Oh, I didn't even think about that.
How about
That's
that?
Right.
Well, we talked about that a little bit. We talked about all the former UVA players that have played in the big leagues. That took about 3 minutes. But he's had a very nice career. Actually born in Puerto Rico, but he grew up in Northern Virginia. His father was in the FBI. And he got a degree in psychology from Virginia. And very, very sharp guy, and had a nice career at UVA. We both talked about how great the program has been since we left. They've become one of the top 5 or 10 teams in the country. But he's had a nice career.
Ryan Zimmerman from UVA, now playing with the Washington Nationals. I know in doing some of their ball games the last couple of years, he's really stepped up and not just been the face of the program talking about Zimmerman, but also behind the scenes financially donating money, and it's made a difference.
And Lopez talked about doing the same thing. He said he's got a number of his friends involved in helping the Cavalier program, and some of the guys that didn't even play baseball, just guys who are friends of his. He lives in Denver now.
2-2, hit on the ground to second. And Colby retired for the first out. I'm assuming he did not wear number 49 in honor of you.
I'm
assuming. Don't take offense to that.
No, I'm assuming that that's just the last number on the rack, which is why I got it.
Okay. I'm just making sure.
No, that's not. That is absolutely the case.
You never know.
Really a sharp guy, and just a guy that you like to root for. Very likable teammate. And of course, he had a chance to be in a World Series. And he said not many ex-Cavaliers. In fact, we may be the only two that have had a chance, other than a guy that pitched in the 1920s somewhere, that had a chance to be in the World Series that went to Virginia.
So one out, and here is Yadier Molina, 5-4 St. Louis, and Yadi shoots one foul and out of play. It's another 2-hit night for Yadier Molina. Single and a run scored in the fourth. He also singled back in the second. And an 0-1 pitch to Yadier Molina. Breaks his bat, little floater that'll be caught by the shortstop. That's Crawford, and there is 2 away.
It's funny you mentioned the number 49 that Lopez has, and what folks may not know, Dan, is most of those times those numbers are made, those decisions are made what your number is before you even get a chance to think about it. The veterans can pick their numbers if they go from team to team, or at least they're asked. But if you're a rookie in spring training, you are number whatever they tell you.
Sure.
And you're that until they ask you, would you like to change, which may take a while. Can't recall Albert's number, but I think it was in the 60s. Might have been 71, 67 or 71 in one spring training, and number 5 fits him a lot better.
Story behind that, Walt Jocketty at the time, the general manager, said, you know what, this guy's going to be pretty good. Let's give him a single digit, and you never know where that digit may wind up as far as the great Cardinal players. Ozzie number 1, Red number 2, Musial 6, Slaughter 9.
That's some forethought.
One and 2.
Kind of a slinger, Lopez. Doesn't throw right over the top. Drives down low, but comes really low with his arm. Makes him really tough on left-handers. You know, one time the Yankees, when they first started giving out numbers, they would go 1 through 9 based on the first batter in the order would wear number 1, then number 2, then Babe Ruth was 3, and Gehrig was 4. just how they handed out the numbers 1 through 9.
Running out of numbers, too.
They are. And of course, a lot of Hall of Famers don't have numbers.
The last to wear 42, and that number will be retired by the Yankees for the second time, will be Rivera, who wears it along with Jackie Robinson, who wore that number and retired by baseball. Shallow center field, and this will send us to the 9th inning. Cardinals trying to hold on. It's a 1-run lead, 5-4. Salas coming in.
Coming up after the game on the post-game edition of Missouri Lottery Cardinals Live. Pat Paris, Al Raboski standing by. The replacements come through once again. How the Cards got to one of baseball's best pitchers and Tony TB as well. That and more after the game. Fernando Salas on to pitch, looking to go 11 for 11 and save opportunities. And we go back to the booth and Dan and Rick, guys.
And there are the numbers. Thanks, Jim, for Salas this year. ERA of 1.52. Only 6 walks. 25 strikeouts for Salas.
Been dominating at times. He's shown a lot of aggressiveness in that 9th inning. A lot of confidence beyond his years. And he will face 2, 3, and 4 in the order.
First pitch, hit out to center field. That'll stay in the ballpark. Tejada, out number 1.
Just a long out. I was getting ready to say he's not afraid to throw strikes, and he did it. That one may be a little bit too good. But it's an out. Beats a walk anytime.
Freddie Sanchez. Single and a double to go along with a ground out and a line out tonight.
Again, we talked about the great value that Salas brings with 3 pitches as a closer. You got a very good changeup, a good breaking ball, which I think he calls a slider, maybe a curveball, but it's in between the two, and a good fastball. 3 different speeds. Low 90s with the fastball, 8 to 10 miles an hour off with the changeup, which has become a real good out pitch for him, and then the slider somewhere in between. So hitters have to look for 3 different pitches from a closer.
Out to right. That will stay in the ballpark. Jay makes the catch, 2 away. Our player of the game brought to you by Budweiser. He came off the bench. Alan Craig, 2-run homer, pinch hit, home run back in the 7th. They're on their feet, 35,000 plus here at Busch Stadium in St. Louis.
Aubrey Huff, there's some more work to be done here. Not an easy out.
We saw him launch one earlier. First pitch taken for a ball. Two and 0. Three and 0.
A 1-0 change and a 2-0 change that Huff wasn't biting on. Will he swing 3-0?
They did it with Pat Burrell. 3-0. And a walk. Tying run is on.
Cardinals thought he was swinging. They threw a 3-0 changeup again.
Emmanuel Burris, who is a true speedster, is checked in. Missed a lot of time a year ago. Schierholtz with 4 home runs, 13 RBIs. Singled back in the 6th inning. Twice he is grounded out. He's also flied out to left. 2 outs. Tying run at first here in the top of the 9th. League leader in saves, Nunez of Florida. He has 19. The 1-1 pitch. Strike 2.
The changeup more effective once you have a hitter in a situation where he needs to swing. Might see that changeup again here. Be difficult for Schierholtz to lay off. I think he's going to have to hit a changeup low and away right here.
The Giants down to their final strike. 1 ball, 2 strikes, 5-4 in favor of the Cardinals. The next from Salas. And time call. You know, Burris easily, a couple of these pitches, Rick, could have stolen second base. Salas really not paying all that much attention to him. Now he is.
He heard you talking.
Lincecum tied his career high with 10 hits allowed tonight. Last 4 were consecutive. The 1-2 pitch. Burris is running. Check swing. Did not go. Tying run in scoring position. By the way, Alan Craig, since May 19th, 3 home runs, 10 RBIs in 12 games to up his average to 344.
The value of having speed off your bench like Burris to be able to turn a walk into a double with 2 outs in the 9th inning. That's a big base right there. Giants now a hit away from tying it. Cardinals a pitch away from winning it.
The 2-2. Up the middle. It's a base hit. Burris being waved in. He will score. This game is tied.
Fernando Salas has been so good. Got that pitch up a little bit. Nate Shearholtz takes it up the middle. And no chance for Kobe Rasmus.
Now Bruce Bochy, think about who is your first baseman. Is Belt available? Burris pinch running for Huff. As we will have a bottom of the ninth, 5-5.
Good swing right there by Cody Ross. Salas has been so good, Dan, for so long. This is the first blip, first blown save.
10 for 10 prior to tonight. Well, the Cardinals closers have had their issues with the Giants this year.
He'd still be my choice next time, though. Closer situation.
It's sharply and off of Descalso into left field. Ruled a base hit. Runners at first and second.
Another mislocation by Salas. He just hung one. Really tough play for Descalso. That's just a hit or miss play for him. Hanging breaking ball sitting in the middle part of the plate. And Ross just turned on it. And now things have gotten a little worse for Mr. Salas. He's got to find a way to get this crowd back in the game.
Most in the National League. Houston with 13 blown saves. The Cardinals with 11.
And the Cardinals are on that list with teams that are not doing very well. Cardinals with the third best record in baseball. There's an oddity for you.
Runners at first and second. In the air out to left. Craig coming on, and he'll make the catch. Giants tied up 5-5. Can the Cardinals win it in the bottom of the ninth? 19-19 as far as the wins are concerned, and the losses. Tony La Russa in his career against San Francisco, 22-28. And here is Daniel Descalso. Little chopper towards short. One away.
The Giants are in a bit of a bind. They have a couple of guys who were banged up in this series. Brandon Belt got hit by a pitch. Aaron Rowan, a contusion on the hip. And Javier Lopez has gotten his 4 guys. The Cardinals beat him last night. They won't get a chance to beat him tonight. Bruce Bochy goes back to his bullpen.
So good work by the lefty. Craig coming up. Fourth appearance, 1.64 ERA. Alan Craig has done it once tonight to give the Cardinals a lead, 5-4, with a pinch hit, 2-run homer, swinging a hot bat. Digs in against the hard-throwing right-hander, the converted outfielder.
Crowd seems like they're starting to remember what Alan Craig did last time, and they're anticipating maybe some more magic.
Very durable over the last 3 seasons. Ramon Ramirez. 210 appearances in 3 years coming into play here this season. The 1-0 pitch on its way. Now they say he throws still low to mid-90s, but you might remember when he first came up, he was high 90s.
Like Guillermo Mota in the bullpen. Mota was as hard a thrower, I think, as I'd ever seen out of a bullpen when he came up, I believe, with the Dodgers first.
1-1 pitch.
He's bounced around a little bit, too. He's part of the Giants bullpen as well. They like their hard throwers out there.
He is from the Dominican Republic. '29-year-old. One ball and 2 strikes on Alan Craig. The next to him. Take you back to the 8th inning. Tim Lincecum still in the game, and the first ever pinch hit home run that Lincecum has allowed in his outstanding career.
Ramirez working very slowly.
1-2 pitch.
Alan Craig was ready for the walk back to the bench there, wasn't he?
Sure was. Ramirez has 5 kids, including a daughter he adopted from a poor woman in his town. To help that family out, went to Ramon and his wife, asked them to raise the child. 2-2. Broken bat and caught. Age of 16, Ramirez signed with Texas as an outfielder. He was released and then reinvented himself as a pitcher. He's got an arm, clearly.
I played with a player in the minor leagues who was a 22-year-old outfielder, Luis Roman. Got released, came back a couple of years, reinvented himself as a pitcher, except he said he was 19 2 years later. Somehow went backwards. Don't know how he did that. That didn't work either.
No. The bats and the players got to tell you how good you're going to be, don't they?
No matter what your age is.
Right. 1-0 pitch here to Ryan Theriot, who's extended his hitting streak to 15 games. John Jay on deck. 2 balls and no strikes. The 2-0. What? Two-one pitch. Theriot into right field. We've got extra innings. San Francisco's out hit the Cardinals 13-10, and it's 5-5 as we head to the 10th. Beef jerky all season long. Jack Link's beef jerky. Feed your wild side. Extra baseball here tonight. 5-5 game, and Ryan Franklin, who was terrific last night, striking out the side in the 8th, will come in extra innings.
He looked really sharp when he was doing that, Dan. He had the good fastball to the corners. It Saw a little bit better split from him than we've seen in recent outings, and of course the number's not good. He's going to have to do a lot of pitching to overcome a bad start. Tyler Green takes over at shortstop for the Cardinals.
So you double switch here, and he might have to use Franklin beyond the 1 inning.
He might. Franklin batting in the leadoff spot now, or Terrio leaves.
Eli Whiteside to lead it off. 5-5. First pitch to him, taken for a ball. Whiteside been on base 3 times. Intentional walk go along with a pair of singles. That walk was back in the 4th, also as an RBI. It's not a play. 1 ball, 1 strike.
Franklin was a winning pitcher in that game last night, so perhaps
2 nights in a row.
2 nights in a row sounds good to me. Cardinals will have Jay Pujols and Tyler Green in the bottom of the 10th.
Right-hander getting loose in the bullpen for San Francisco. Whiteside here, then Ramirez spot, then Torres. That's Romo, who was roughed up. Normally a very reliable setup man for Bruce Bochy, but roughed up yesterday. He's getting loose. Game started with the Cardinals jumping out to a 3-0 lead. Giants tied it up 3-3, that led 4-3. Craig came off the bench. Got a pinch hit 2-run homer off of Lincecum to make it 5-4, and a 2-out RBI base hit top of the 9th to tie it up for the San Francisco Giants. 1-2 the count. Big gap in left center field. Glad you're still with us here on Fox Sports Midwest.
Pretty good location here. Well, you make the call.
A little bit high, maybe. A 2-2 pitch by Franklin. Hit out of play. Aaron Rowan is moved to the on-deck circle. Extra innings this season. San Francisco 5-3. The Cardinals at 500, 3-3. Diamondbacks win again. They beat Florida 6-5. That's now a final. Arizona really playing good baseball, now 31-25. 3-2. Two is hit sharply to first. Pujols to the bag for the out. By the way, the Cardinals looking ahead to the bottom of the 10th will have John Jay, Albert Pujols, and Tyler Green. Here's Aaron Rowan. Again, he was involved in a pickoff play. He was a runner at second base. This was on Monday, and Molina just absolutely threw a bullet down to second to try to pick him off, and it hit him. And we haven't seen much of Rowan since that time. He pinch hit yesterday and pinch hitting now. One out, nobody on. Rowan caught by Pujols.
We've seen a number of soft liners to infielders. The guy's not exactly centering the ball in the good part of the bat. Pujols had one himself. Good start for Ryan Franklin. Finish off this inning.
Andres Torres. Double back in the 6th inning. Showing bunt. Franklin with time. Underhands. Can the Cardinals win it in the 10th? Big bats coming up. 5-5. St. Louis. Cardinals half of the 10th. And this is their setup man, Romo, prior to last night. Very good numbers.
Cardinals got to him last night, and John Jay had something to do with that. Started off that 8th inning with a double on an 0-2 pitch. I don't think Romo will throw that pitch again. But John Jay's job here in the bottom of the 10th for the Cardinals, just get on base any way you can. Get on in front of Albert. You're sensing a walk-off from Albert, aren't you? I can see it in your eyes, Dan.
Been thinking about it. He's about to do one of those.
I would agree.
So here is John Jay. Jay with 4 home runs this year. 14 RBIs. Ground ball towards second, backing up Sanchez on the outfield grass and makes the play. Career walk-off home runs. His last was in August of 2009. None last year. For the big slugger of the Redbirds. One on, nobody on. First pitch to Pujols.
For 5 in his career against Romo. A couple of strikeouts.
How much does yesterday play this ball game here tonight? Psyche of Romo. 0-1 pitch now to Pujols. Albert hits it in the air to right center. And the catch is made.
Well, you know he's thinking about it. He wants to make amends for that in one way. He wants to try to figure out what he was doing wrong in another. He wants to get that good feeling back that he's had really all season long. 1 out away from having a 1-2-3 inning here in the 10th inning. Alan Craig, the big hit in this game. Cardinals actually had a chance to tack on in that 7th inning, Dan. It was a big miss. Had the bases loaded with 1 out. Lance Berkman grounded into a double play to end that 7th.
Breaking ball taken high by Tyler Green. It's sharply to short. Sends us to the 11th. Save! Off the bag was Burris on a wide throw. And Green hustling all the way. Remember, Belt is not over at first base. He's a pretty slick fielder. And you've got Burris over there. This club a little banged up. Let's see if his foot was off the bag. Ooh. Cardinals may catch a break there.
I'm pretty sure he was on that base. Tyler Green hustling all the way. Give him credit for that. And the first base umpire, Tim Welke, says that Burris pulls his foot. Now Tyler Green is a threat to steal. Giants made a run happen in the 9th inning. 2-out walk to Aubrey Huff. They pinch ran Burris, who stole second. Then he scored on the base hit to tie this game off the bat of Nate Shearholtz. That was against Fernando Salas. The Cardinals may try to manufacture something here with Colby Rasmus at the plate. What have you got to lose?
Yeah. 2 outs, 5-5 game. Here's Colby. Cardinals donated prior to the game tonight $25,000 special ceremony. Convoy of Hope. Relief efforts in Joplin. Very nice gesture. Springfield Club, my understanding is certain members of the AA team went to visit Joplin as well.
Yeah, we actually saw some pictures of that before the game, the devastation. Matt Gifford, the general manager of the Cardinal Springfield Club, said that his players went there and they just were able to kind of help with some of the cleanup, and he said it was just devastating to be with families that had lost everything they had, and really kind of moving experience for some of the Cardinal minor league players.
See if Colby can't launch one on 1-0. Here it comes. Ground ball to the right side. Race to the bag. Burris makes the play. Officially, the 11th inning rolls in when we come back. Beef jerky all season long. Jack Link's beef jerky. Feed your wild side. Rick Horton, Dan McLaughlin with you as we move to the 11th here at Busch Stadium. And this will be Miguel Tejada, followed by Sanchez and Burris. Tejada tonight rounded out a couple of times, flied out a couple of times, outfield straightaway and deep.
And a chance for some more work for Ryan Franklin. Had a 1-2-3 inning in the 10th inning. Picked up the victory last night. And for the second night in a row, Dan, he finds himself pitching in a close game.
Just missing on the first two pitches, 2-0. The 2-0 pitch to Tejada. Taken for a ball. Remember, in the 9th off of Salas, hit one to deep left center field. Just with one home run this year. 0 for 5 here tonight. It's sharply to short, knocked down by Green, makes the play.
That's a nice play by Tyler Green. Had a little trouble in transition, but great stop on the backhand. Look at that. Had to dive for it, knock it down, and he's got a cannon. That's a big-time play in extra innings. Extra innings is always a matter of will. Been at the ballpark for a long time. You've got guys playing out of position. You're out of position players if you're the San Francisco Giants. So you know you're in there for the duration. Not many relievers left for that matter. And now it's a matter of will.
Mott, Miller, talent in the bullpen. But Tony La Russa talked about it before the game that the availability for Jason Mott was suspect at best back-to-back nights. Ryan Franklin with a 1-2-3 10th.
Cardinals still have Cruz and Cosma on their bench.
The 1-1 pitch. 1-2. Much better. Would you agree with Franklin?
Yeah, much more pinpoint. He's not really giving in to batters, throwing the ball to the heart of the plate, still working corners. Fastball away now. He's going to try to paint that corner, Dan.
He did.
And that's such a small area he's throwing to. I mean, he's not. I mean, he's going to throw to an area, what, 4 inches wide maybe with a baseball, and he doesn't want to go one way or the left or the right. I mean, it's got to be right on that corner to be effective and have a little hop to it. And the mistake may be 3 inches to the right of that. Could be a base hit or worse. Fastball away again.
And it's another 2-2 pitch. Here it comes.
Change up.
Full count. Redbirds will have Molina, Schumacher, and Descalso coming up in the bottom of the 11th. 5-5 ball game. Mislocation, hit down the left field line. That's trouble. It's a fair ball and pops over the wall for a ground rule double. Looked like that they wanted that away. It came in, and Sanchez knocks it into the corner and left.
And there's the difference in the location. They want it down and away, and it ends up middle in. Maybe 4 inches to the right of where he aimed it, and there's the result. Freddie Sanchez doesn't miss that pitch very often. Now Ryan Franklin's going to have to do some pitching. Going over the scouting report of Emmanuel Burris, who came on to pinch run for Aubrey Huff. Stayed in the game. He's now playing first base.
Good old Golden Griffins of Vianney High School play for the state championship this weekend. Vianney and Francis Howell are the two representatives for St. Louis. Those Golden Griffins, Ricky, some of the best in baseball.
Some of the best graduates I know.
Good luck to the Golden Griffins. One out, runner at second base. Count of no balls, one strike on Emmanuel Burris.
Well, I understand that Brett Graves was named the Missouri Gatorade Player of the Year. And he is a Francis Howell player.
Off the end of the bat, little floater into center. That'll be caught. Schumacher makes the play. Sanchez back to the bag at second. And there's 2 outs. Mark Lamping, a Vianney graduate. Cliff Polite, major leaguer. And a few others.
I had a graduate from my high school play for the Cardinals in the late 90s. His name was Frank Cimarelli. Played for the Cardinals for about 10 minutes.
I don't remember that name.
He was here. I met him. Then he was gone.
Line drive into right. Gets down. Base hit. Throw to the plate. Not in time. And the Giants take the lead. Base hit, RBI. Shearholtz comes through, drives in Freddie Sanchez. You can see that Jay thought about taking a chance and diving for it, but I think he would have come up short.
Well, Franklin just one pitch away from getting out of this inning. One good thing to happen, and unfortunately it didn't happen. Nate Shearholtz drives this to right. Really would not have been a reasonable opportunity for John Jay to dive for that. And now they're going to walk Cody Ross.
But the third base coach may score with Sanchez.
You only get 1 run if the third base coach comes with you. In fact, they can't touch you.
Nope.
There was a time where there was a problem with that. I think Chuck Hillard was the Cardinal third base coach, and he touched somebody to get him up, and they called him out. That goes way back.
We've had times where runner makes that wide turnaround third, then runs into the third base coach. That's a no-no. Watch this. Tim Flannery, I believe.
I think I got it from here, Tim. I got it. You'd be tempted to tag Tim Flannery, wouldn't you, if you turned around? Tim was a pretty good second baseman in his own right. Very good fielder.
A noted musician. Brandon Crawford with 2 outs, and that's a base hit to left. Craig had the cutoff. The Scouts will let it go through. 2-run score to make it 7-5.
I think if Descalzo cuts this ball, they're probably able to at least end this inning, but he lets it go, and if he catches it, he's able to tag that runner coming in. But Cardinals couldn't afford to give up another run, so they let it go through. Unfortunately, down 2 now in the 11th. And the guy we didn't want to see.
Brian Wilson has been getting loose. Quite a look.
Did he wake up one morning and say, hey, I know what I want to look like. I'm going to let my beard grow. I'm going to dye it black. Not sure about that one, Dan.
He's got the tattoos. He's got the mohawk, the beard, and a pretty good fastball. That helps too.
Sure does.
There's Eli Whiteside, 2-run lead for the Giants, 7-5. Seemed like a promising outing here for Franklin. Second inning now. He's allowed 2 runs.
And it may be asking a little much to have him pitch back-to-back days and go 2 innings the second day. But you're forced to.
Popped up. Green. Molina, Schumacher, Descalso coming up. It's 7-5. So Brian Wilson into the ballgame, the closer, and a very good one at that for San Francisco. Single season all-time saves leader with 48, which tied Rod Beck, who did that back in 1993. Wilson just a year ago with 48. Prior to that, it was Rob Nen, 2001 at 45. You see what he's done since 08. And a fastball at 94 for a strike to Yadier Molina.
94 with a lot of life to it. That pitch had hop to it. Cardinals just need some base runners here, but he does have electric stuff out of the bullpen. Trying to close it out for San Francisco.
See, keeps himself outstanding condition. He does kickboxing, yoga, stretching, weights, a lot of cardio. He says he does that. He makes his workout so hard so that pitching the ninth for him is easy. Two-one pitch, base hit.
There you go.
Tying run comes to the plate.
There you go.
3-hit night for Yadier Molina.
There's still some fight left in the Redbirds. Right back up the box. Watch out.
Wilson now a two-time All-Star. 2008 and in 2010. 1 point in 08. He had 24 straight saves.
Looks like they made pinch run for Yadier Molina. Pete Kozma coming out of the Cardinal dugout. And a nice night for Yadier Molina.
Sure was. Cardinals have Tony Cruz available to play defense if need be. So Pete Kozma comes in to pinch run. Here is Skip Schumacher.
Cardinals need a gapper right here from Schumacher. That would make this game very interesting.
Descalso on deck. First pitch to Skip, taken for a strike. Well, that's a tough pitch. 95 catches the outside corner. Emmanuel Burris over at first base, so Cosma, good lead. One and two. Two of those pitches easily, the ones that were strikes, could have been called balls. You can see in box tracks way outside. The 1-2 to Skip Schumacher. Double play ball. 4-6-3. Up to Descalso. 2 outs, nobody on. 7-5 here in the 11th.
We'll see if Descalso can at least give Alan Craig a chance to tie this game up again. As improbable as it was for him to come off the bench to hit a home run off of Lincecum, it'd be improbable for him to get one off of Brian Wilson too, but it happened once.
Wilson really trying to pound that outside corner. He's been getting that call. We approach 11 o'clock here in the middle of America. 1 ball, 1 strike on Daniel Descalso.
Cardinals just need a bloop and a blast.
A 2-2. Descalso extends this ball game to Alan Craig. 2-hit night for Daniel.
We'll call that the bloop. Now how about the blast from Craig? We've seen it once already. Again, taking it up the box just as Molina did. Does Alan Craig have one more thrill left in him tonight?
2-run homer back in the 7th. He's also lined out to the second baseman in the 9th. First pitch to Craig. One pitch to Alan Craig. 1 ball, 1 strike.
One player left on the Cardinal bench.
Tell you what, some of the lines just went out, Rick. And I'm not sure if we will continue as the umpires will come together here. 2 balls and 1 strike. There were some lights behind the Cardinal dugout that went out. You can see right there clearly.
Definitely got dark all of a sudden right to the right side of where we are behind home plate. Umpires trying to figure out. Actually talking to Alan Craig. Hey, can you see? There's the bank of lights behind home plate and high, and Tony La Russa now being asked. They actually asked Alan Craig, do you
Yeah.
have any trouble seeing the ball?
I'm sure Tony's going to get a call from the folks here at the ballpark and say, all right, can we get these back on? What's the deal?
That's exactly what he's going to do. I can imagine that Bruce Bochy's going to want to throw his 2 cents. He's got his closer out on the mound.
Just standing there.
And there are certain types of lights that take a long time to come back on again. They have their information from Tony, and now the home plate umpire, Jim Reynolds, is going to go over and have a conversation with Bruce Bochy. There are the lights right behind home plate. High above the Cardinal dugout. Bottom bank of lights are out. Well, I wouldn't call it dark, Dan, but there's certainly areas where you can't see quite as well. And
well, you can see the shadows, Rick, on the field are more prominent now, so it's a little bit darker, and it's hard enough to hit Brian Wilson. you might feel like you're playing in the minor leagues with the lights like this.
The minor leagues are like, lights are like this, and when you play in winter ball, they don't turn the outfield lights on during batting practice. So when you're taking batting practice, you are fielding fly balls in the dark.
Wow.
Because they're doing it to save money. It looks like they're calling their team off the field while they wait for the lights to come back on.
Play was suspended at 10:59. Isn't this something? A bank of lights goes out here in the 11th inning. So what we'll do is we'll step aside with Alan Craig at the plate. Runner on, 2 balls and 1 strike. No, I'm just joking. Don't worry. You're is a tireless worker. You wonder, Rick, if in that time he gets on a bike or does something, gets on a treadmill, whatever, just to run, keep the heart rate going, and try to keep that sweat going too.
You know, if it was a lot longer than that, he probably would have. I think that's almost like in between an inning, though. I mean, if it wasn't that long, that he won't be able to just do his warm-up tosses and then just get back out and ready to go. I think it's possible he was doing some things. I don't know that he would just be sitting there doing nothing, maybe walk around a little bit. But certainly odd to get your timing back after waiting it out this late at night. Of course, a closer's used to that. They're used to working late hours. But whatever momentum he had working with Alan Craig is certainly out the window, and he's going to have to start over again. It's almost like a 0-0 pitch to him, even though the count's 2-1. Very, very strange night.
So you see, he just hit 2 more, and he'll be ready to go. Again, the count is 2 balls, 1 strike. The hitter is Alan Craig with 2 outs and a runner at first, so he represents the tying run. He's already homered here tonight.
I think this would be a harder job for a starting pitcher who had to deal with similar situation and a weight than a reliever who's used to stopping and starting all the time. Cardinal fans glad there's baseball back.
About a 16-minute delay by going with the stadium clock. Stop play at 10:59. It's now 11:15. And the count is 2-1. How about just changing the rhythm and the feel of the at-bat?
No doubt.
A 2-1 pitch. 1 pitch. 16 minutes for that. And the out.
Anticlimactic, wasn't it?
Sure was. So 16-minute delay. Brian Wilson comes in after that delay. 1 pitch, gets the out, and 7-5 our final here this evening.